never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Get settled in here, ready to roll. Yeah, ready or not, it's that time again. And we're looking at a Wednesday, midweek coming on. Yeah, hump day. Here it comes, 10th day of March. And away we go. What's going on in your world? Hope your week's going well. We've been anxiously anticipating the big warm-up. Well, here it is. Hey, we topped out in the middle 60s. We're supposed to be kind of knocking on the door of the 70-degree mark for a high-temperature Wednesday here in parts of the Ohio Valley. I'll take that. 68 right now, they're saying, is the official forecast high. I'll say with enough sunshine, we'll bump it on up to 70. Now, our snowpack has been gone for quite some time, and as we've been talking in recent nights, when the snow melt occurs, rather than the sunlight, the warmth of the sun being reflected away via the snowpack, the ground begins to absorb the warmth, and we've been seeing that for several days. Well, actually, we're now talking about the warmest weather in months. I mean, we're going back to last November in many areas. And the warmth really began building even into the northeast this past day. Here we've got a spring-like pattern that's going to last right on through the rest of the week into Friday. Plenty of sunshine if you're wanting to get out there and soak up some milder weather. And for those northernmost areas, if you do have some remaining snow on the ground from the big storm or storms a month ago, that is going to continue to rapidly melt away. For millions in the Northeast, with barely a handful of mild days so far, this outbreak of spring fever Temperatures climbing into the 50s, 60s, and even 70s. According to AccuWeather, there will be some localized fluctuation in temperature in some of the coastal areas because you'll deal with a cool breeze from the ocean coming on shore at times. Anytime there's a breeze off the water in the spring and early summer, temperatures can really be held back. For example, New York City, following a high in the lower 60s this past day. You're going to deal with the breeze off the ocean. That's going to bring in a dip in temperatures for your Wednesday. You'll just be in the middle 50s. So obviously that ocean breeze definitely cooling things off. Winds will then flip around to more of a south to southwest direction later in the week in New York, and highs are going to get back to the upper 60s for Thursday, and at least the middle 60s there on Friday. Daily record high of 73 degrees for March the 11th, which would be Thursday. Set back in 1977, you may challenge that in the Big Apple on Thursday. Wow. Now, to put that in perspective, the first Star Wars movie, A New Hope, debuted that year in late May, 1977. That's how long that record has stood. Now, up until yesterday, the warmest New York City had been in this year was 54 degrees. That was back on February the 24th. The last time they recorded a temperature above 60 was Christmas Day, believe it or not, when you hit 61 degrees. Christmas Day, yeah. So at the level of warmth in the Northeast this week, high temperatures since early November, Philadelphia's high should be right around the 70-degree mark by Thursday. You may approach 72 degrees on Friday. That was another record set in 1977. The last time the city of brotherly love recorded a high above 70 was back on November the 11th. Many other cities in the Northeast will be challenging record highs Thursday, including Baltimore, Boston, Harrisburg, Worcester, Mass. Temperatures expected to climb into the middle to upper 70s in much of Virginia on Thursday. So you could be challenging the record of 78 degrees. Set back in 2009 in Washington, D.C., temperature in the nation's capital hasn't been above 70 since you had a high of 71 degrees back on November the 15th. So needless to say, it's going to be warm enough for many Americans to open up some windows, let some fresh air in, right? And many that want to spend some time outdoors, enjoy the warmth. Yeah, forecasters said the weather will offer opportunities for soaking up some sunshine without that heavy winter gear, and some may even be comfortable in shorts and short sleeves. Now, this may tempt you to partake in some springtime activities outdoors, but forecasters have one recommendation for those in the coastal areas. Think twice before you stick your toes in the water. The surf along the Atlantic seaboard, water temperatures were in the 30s off the New England coast and just the 40s off the mid-Atlantic coast as of this past day. Those are pretty close to where you would normally be this time of year, but the water is cold. In much of the southeast, highs are forecast to be in the 70s, maybe approaching 80 degrees in some cases as we head through now to the end of the week. High temperature marks for the year so far, we've seen 76 in Charlotte, North Carolina, 79 in Atlanta back on February the 29th. We may get a little bit above that. But, of course, all good things, as they say, must come to an end. March will live up to that reputation as being a very moody month in terms of weather. Colder air will sweep back across the upper Midwest Thursday into Friday, then overtaking the Northeast Friday night. If you're going to be headed outside this weekend, after maybe a day or two in shorts and short sleeves, you're probably going to have to get the long sleeves back out and at least a heavy fleece or maybe the winter jacket once again. Saturday is expected to be noticeably colder across the Northeast. Not as harsh as we saw last weekend. Temperatures are going to be slashed 15 to 30 degrees from Friday's highs. By the time we get into Saturday, high temperatures will range from about the freezing mark in northern Maine. You'll just be in the upper 50s in southeastern Virginia. Despite that snapback to colder weather, temperatures Saturday will really be pretty close to your norm for this time of year. So we're just getting an early taste of spring for several days, though. Enjoy that. Now, right along with that warm-up, the week starting out with the spring-like teas, April-like temperatures in the central states, you're beginning to look for the reality check coming on in short order. A series of moderate storms will trim your temperatures and bring some risks with that. Forecasters are monitoring the potential for an even bigger, more potent storm, taking aim from the Rockies to the plains by this weekend. Not only could the weekend storm drop some very heavy snow, it also could unleash the potential for severe weather. We've been talking for several days about the flooding concerns as we see multiple days of rain in the offing for some. Now, the storm that's been on AccuWeather's watchful eye since last week is actually a big southward dip in the jet stream. It's going to become a closed low-pressure area. It's essentially a storm way up in the atmosphere. Forecast to form over the southwestern states here as we get into midweek, then begins to make its way eastward. The developing strengthening storm is going to unleash up to a couple of feet of snow on the Sierra Nevada, where they have winter storm warnings. And they'll also see some much-needed rainfall for the lower elevations of California and Nevada. From now on into Thursday, there will be that wintry side, a multi-day snowfall over some of the mountains over the interior west, including the Colorado Rockies, the foothills, as well as the adjacent areas of the high plains, starting later this week. Between Friday and Sunday, the slow-moving upper-level storm has the potential to unload several feet of snow along the Front Range, the eastern slopes of the Rockies, the foothills in Colorado. There's the potential, they tell us, for 3 to 6 feet of snow, and maybe even some locally higher amounts, should the storm track just to the south and allow that moisture to ascend thousands of feet from the plains to the ridges and the peaks of the Colorado Rockies. Denver is on alert. Denver, you're shaping up to be buried by 1 to 2 feet of snow, feet, not inches. Now, even though the first part of the storm may bring some intermittent snow Friday to Friday night in Denver, the worst of the storm in terms of heavy snowfall rates will be from the period, say, Saturday into Saturday night, where you could see 1 to 2 inches of snow falling per hour at the height of this storm in the Mile High City. And that snow is expected to continue Sunday into Sunday night, maybe even some intermittent snow come Monday of next week. We've got more on what Denver is anticipating coming up here as a bit as we make our way on into a Wednesday. So there's a look at some of your travelers' weather. Now, quickly, as I look at the national radar scene, all the action really tonight is the western portions of the country, the western third of the country for the most part. Depending on your elevation, there is some rain falling in central and southwestern portions of South Dakota and the panhandle of Nebraska. And there's also higher elevation snow. It's light to moderate snow. Back into central Wyoming, we've got snow falling from the west side of Casper, on up into not quite Dakota, but in that zone, the bullseye, central portions of Wyoming. There is some snow falling. Northwestern and west central Colorado. You've got, again, depending on your elevation, higher elevation snow, rain for the lower elevations on over into the adjacent east central portions of Utah. Some light snow showers maybe in and around Salt Lake City. Shouldn't amount to much. But the next big storm is very, very clearly coming ashore in California. Northern and central portions of California, you've got some snow along the western ridges in Northern California. It's pretty much rain stretching from about Chico, California. Lots of rain down through Sacramento. Some heavy rains pushing in to San Jose. Rains right along the coastal areas from there all the way southward to, if you do a line due west of Bakersfield, rain coming in along the coastal areas there. Some of that rain even going to be coming in just west of Los Angeles as we progress on into a Wednesday. So that's why we've got the winter storm warnings for the the Sierra Nevada, stretching all the way from Northern California into the southern third of California. Meanwhile, we're looking at, we're going to see windy conditions. We've got red flag warnings over a broad area, much of Kansas, southeastern Colorado, a good chunk of central and northeastern New Mexico, the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region, all under red flag warnings. So I click in, we'll zoom in on a couple of these, and Weather Service office says extreme grassland fire danger in the forecast. Winds 20 to 30 miles per hour sustained, gusting up to 45 miles per hour. But it's very dry. Relative humidity is like 13%. Very dry air. Any fires that develop will spread rapidly and become very difficult to control. Outdoor burning is not recommended at this time, obviously. A red flag warning means critical fire weather conditions are either occurring now or will shortly be occurring. A combination of the strong winds, low relative humidity, and the warmer temperatures contributing to what would be extreme fire danger. Numerous red flag advisories. I'm not going to go through all those, but again, most areas looking 20 to 30 mile per hour sustained winds here in parts of the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. Could see winds gusting to 50 miles per hour. Relative humidity there in the single digits, like 8%. The red flag index, 3 to 7, with the highest values in the western Texas Panhandle. Critical conditions likely between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. Now that kicked in here Tuesday afternoon. So there's the breakdown. Elsewhere around the country, again, it's mostly your winter weather advisories, and you do have some winter storm warnings there in east central portions of Wyoming, the southwestern corner of South Dakota, and the northern reaches of the Nebraska Panhandle, where you're going to see several inches of snowfall. I think you're going to have a couple of scenarios there. Let's see. Okay, the winter storm warning in effect until 5 p.m. Mountain Time Wednesday. So 5 o'clock this afternoon. Heavy snow expected. Total accumulations. This is up in the Nebraska Panhandle area. Now they're saying 8 to 14 inches. All right, I'm sorry. That's the Sierra Madre mountain range. Okay, then on down to the Weather Service in Cheyenne, where total accumulations 4 to 8 inches. For Carbon County, Muddy Gap, Shirley Basin, the Ferris, and Seminole Mountains. Where else do we have? Southwestern portions of South Dakota. The total accumulations 3 to 8 inches there. The southern Black Hills, the central Black Hills, on over to the adjacent counties in Wyoming. Southern Campbell County and western County Plains. And you're going to see a little bit of snow there. The bigger storm, though, of course, coming in later this week. This is the first of a couple of storm systems that will be impacting that part of the country. All right, on to our industry headlines. Let's jump first of all. We've already mentioned earlier this week that they're back at it. Once again, as we've seen so many times over the years, you've got the likes of OOIDA button heads with the American Trucking Association, the ATA. In a letter sent earlier this month to the new Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, by the ATA and Road Safe America, they have reignited the debate about requiring speed limiters on commercial trucks. The letter signed by ATA President and CEO Chris Spear and Road Safe America President and founder Steve Owens, noting that both organizations support of the proposed Cullum-Owens Large Truck Safe Operating Speed Act of 2019. Like I said, they're back. If passed, the bill would require all new commercial vehicles weighing more than 26,000 pounds to be equipped with a speed limiting device. That speed limiting technology, already installed in heavy-duty commercial vehicles, must be used, and the speed to be set at a maximum of 65. That's it. This is actually a reversal of the ATA stance on the 2016 Notice of Proposed Rulemaking published by the Department of Transportation, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and the FMCSA. A lot has changed, they say, since 2016. Technological advancements have increasingly enabled motor carriers to adopt proven safety technologies, which has prompted the ATA to now support new, safer approaches to speed management. Pointing to motor carriers' adoption of automated emergency braking systems, adaptive cruise control systems, the integration of these devices with speed governing technology shows enormous promise, they say, for safety. Given the rapid development and widespread adoption of the integrated technology, the safety benefits that they produce, we believe the issue of speed governing should be addressed with a 21st century solution to ensure maximum adaptability. One day later, the OOIDA, Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, responded, sending their own letter to Buttigieg, decrying the mandated use of speed limiters. OOIDA, of course, has opposed these efforts for a long, long time. The technology actually makes the roads less safe. It increases congestion, speed differentials between commercial and passenger vehicles is proven time and time again leads to more crashes. It's just why the ATA wants to go backwards. How many years did we spend, we being the trucking industry and the likes of OOIDA, trying to rid state after state after state around the country of differential speed limits? Where in what truck drivers often referred to, slow-hio, where cars would be allowed 65 miles per hour, trucks always 55. A double nickel in Ohio. They finally came to their senses and bumped speeds up for the trucks. There are some states with still some lingering speed differentials, but most of those had been eliminated after many years of battle, research, proven technology showing when you have the trucks going slower, you're forcing more interaction between vehicles. You're coming up in your automobile or your pickup, whatever you're driving, behind a slower moving truck. What do? You get over to the left, you get over to the right, whatever lane you can get in to go around the slower vehicle. The more you change lanes, the more interaction you have, the more likely you may miss that other vehicle on your right or left side in your blind spot, and you create an accident. Oops, I didn't see him there until it was too late. It's pretty commonsensical. Studies and research have proven what we were all taught long, long ago, even in our driver's ed classes. Traffic is safest when vehicles travel at the same relative speed. What the motoring public should know is that when they're stuck behind trucks on those long stretches of highway, those trucks are limited by that device to a speed well under the posted speed limit. This proposal would make that the norm for every single truck out there on our highways. Not a good idea. But the battle is back front and center once again. Now, what Pete Buttigieg is likely to do, I couldn't tell you. Have to wait and see. All he really says at this point is, I'm looking forward to working with the powers that be, leadership, law enforcement, all that sort of stuff. The trucking community as a whole to make my decision. But there you go, up to speed on that. Other industry headlines, real quick, pretty specific to the state of Texas, but undoubtedly the kind of thing which would probably translate across state lines. You've got the new Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine. As shipments of that new vaccine are reaching destinations around the country, this story specifically, they were interviewing some truck drivers in El Paso, Texas, where some say the one-shot version, that might be just what we need. Now, some truckers, of course, say they're not going to be getting the vaccine for whatever the reason, personal reasons, political reasons. Others have concerns about the logistics of getting a 2-dose vaccine in the correct time frame. For those drivers, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine might be the solution. This version of the COVID vaccine doesn't have to be kept frozen at those extreme temperatures. It does not require the second booster shot. So it's much easier. It's as well as being easier to transport, easier to distribute, and easier to get for those with the transient lifestyle like truck drivers. We've been busy keeping things going for everybody, according to one driver. When I heard about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, I thought, hey, that's going to be the one for me. This last year's been very difficult. I'm lucky to work for a company that protects us all. But these guys are out here fighting the weather, fighting the traffic, fighting the disease, and going through thick and thin. They keep rolling. They really need to be vaccinated. Royal Jones is president and CEO of Mesilla Valley Transportation. That one shot is perfect for him or her when they can go out on the road, get the shot, and be fixed. They won't have to come in and miss a trip to New York or something with good miles because they have an appointment the next day to get a follow-up shot, that number 2 shot. Now, despite multiple attempts from many parties to get truckers bumped up to the vaccination on the priority list, drivers are still going to have to wait until what they call Phase 1C opens, which they say could actually still be a few months away unless more doses become available. I haven't much paid attention, but the varying phases, I think that's mostly based on age and pre-existing conditions and things of that nature, who gets bumped up on the list first. So there you go. I know have some neighbors that came out this past day. Hey, we got our vaccines today. We did the one and you're done. We got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Steve, are you gonna get yours? I think based on your age, you should be eligible in a few weeks. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Which is probably not, but hey, just one individual choice. We all have that decision we'll be making in the coming days and weeks. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. We've got so much to cover. Well, of course, we've got 5 hours to get through it. Plenty of time to cover a lot of territory. And whatever's on your mind, feel free to jump on board. Love to hear from you. Again, at 844-844-3388. Yeah, it's Wednesday, so I mean, you got to start it off right.
Hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
Hey, happy hump day.
Morning, Your Honor.
What's happening, horse feathers?
Not a lot. We got it right around the 70-degree mark there yesterday from you and the AccuWeather gods. So I guess that was a good thing.
That was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah, for some people. Us propane haulers, we could stand some more chillier times. The thing is if you could keep it cold at night, you keep it down into the 20s, maybe 30 at night.
Yeah,
that would be good, because then people have to keep their heat on at night, and then they could be warm during the day. So I didn't know. Maybe we can put that into effect. But anyways, you were talking yesterday about the non-citing of Biden. What was it, like 48 days and no press conference?
Nothing, not a thing.
And he was scheduled to be in Maryland, up here in the Baltimore area, for one of the companies that's actually going to be producing. I think they were going to be in, I can't remember which one of the 3 vaccines, but it's a local company, and they've gotten rights to do one of the major pharmaceuticals, help in the production of it.
Yeah.
And he was going to come to Baltimore and be involved and show that off. And lo and behold, something happened, and all of a sudden the meeting got moved to Washington, and the executives from the pharmaceutical company there that's going to be producing that drug is going to now have to go to Washington and you're not going to get to see the on-site interview. It's going to be done there at the White House. So I guess they wanted to have control over it down there. They didn't want to have, a possibility.
They don't want him. They don't
somebody.
want him getting out there to be, blindsided by a question. I'm looking at your Baltimore Sun article here. The White House canceling President Biden's planned visit, which was supposed to be today, to Emergent Biosolutions in East Baltimore. It would have been his first visit to Baltimore as president. Instead, the White House said in a scheduling plan, the president will host an event at the White House, and the CEOs of the two drug companies, Johnson & Johnson and Merck, are scheduled to participate in the Baltimore event, focusing on this historic partnership of Johnson & Johnson and Merck to produce more COVID vaccines. The release does not specify why Emergent Biosolutions was no longer actually included in the meeting. Jen Psaki said, "We just felt the White House was a more appropriate place to have the meeting." New York Times reported over the weekend, federal government paid Emergent $626 million last year alone for products to fight a terror attack using anthrax, taking resources away from other needs of the National Strategic Stockpile. Emergent held remarkable sway over the government's purchasing decisions related to vaccines. Okay, so there you go. For whatever reason, Emergent's not going to be attending. It's a more appropriate place to hold this meeting, right there at the White House. I guess, Joe can get up from a nap. They can bring him down the stairs, say a few words, and go back and lay down again.
Yeah. Well, what was that Joe Diffie said there? Prop me up beside the jukebox and fill my boots up with sand? Yeah. Yeah, I think he's just somebody's holding the puppet strings for him at this point.
Yeah.
Till they decide to get ready to cut the strings, and we go from the frying pan to the fire. But anyways, I don't know. I had a couple other little things, but it was good to hear all that update you came up with for the minor leagues. That was all kind of interesting. I was kind of wondering about that. Through a couple of friends, I actually know a couple people that play in the minors, and they were pretty disappointed last year that it's when a minor league player loses a season, it really cuts their possibilities of a career in the majors, drastically. Because you only have a few years in the minors to really have your time in the majors, and if you don't get seen or get a chance to get brought up, then in those first 3 years, you really just end up with a career in the minors if you can handle sticking it out for the pay you have there.
Yeah, because
whatever you can do to supplement your pay.
Pay-wise in the minors, that's they don't make much at all. I remember some of those discussions last year question, what was it? Going to be any pay or partial pay? And in many cases, they don't make squat. But all right, time for a news break. Lines wide open on a Wednesday, hump day, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The House is expected to vote on a $1.9 trillion COVID relief package on Wednesday. The bill passed a procedural hurdle Tuesday evening, clearing the way for its anticipated passage. President Biden says he'll sign the bill as soon as he gets it. He had pushed lawmakers to pass the bill before March 14th, when federal unemployment benefits would expire. Senator Joe Manchin says the changes that the Senate made to the bill last week came with input from Republicans, despite not a single GOP senator voting for the measure. The West Virginia Democrat told Fox News that he understands his colleagues' hesitancy over the bill's price tag, but adds that the bill will help people in his state.
The bill at the end at 1.9 was more than what they could go. I understand that and respect that, but it was a bill that in my state helped so many people in so many different ways. And at the end, when we were able to make a few adjustments here and there, it was a bill that I could support.
This is USA Radio News.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand and you care about your credit, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 6 million people with credit card debt. Without destroying your credit, they can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. The program works. Call Consolidated Credit now. Call 800-406-0046. 800-406-0046. That's 800-406-0046. Consolidated Credit Counseling Services, Inc., 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 80092. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number DC 83. Service may adversely affect an individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action, not a loan company.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, that's where we find ourselves. In the Hot Shot Secret bunker on a Wednesday morning. And yeah, it's 844-844-3388. Look at some of the comments here. Santa Claus checking in. Top of the morning from a snowy Donner Summit. Good times, huh? Be careful out there, Santa Claus. Matthew checking in again this morning. Let's see. Morning to all the gear jammers out there, says Ray. Richard, good morning from Florida. Going to be a terrific day. And hello, Steve. Thanks for checking in there, Richard. Tank checking in. Good morning. Cool and windy here in New Mexico tonight. Captain Ron checking in from Ocala, Florida, where it's 58 degrees. All right. Thanks for listening in there. Good to have you, as always, with us there, Ron. Rodney checking in from Exeter, Nebraska. Morning. Dale, morning from Florida. 51 and clear here in Jacksonville. Drivers, be safe out there today. Have a good time. Let's see. When is the Apple app coming? I wish I had the answer. All you can do is you submit it. They have to go through whatever they have to have an approval, as they say. It's going through the approval process. And let's trust when the Apple app gets up and running. We don't have some of the other issues, but Kevin, hello, Steve, and hey, drivers out there, good morning. From my luxurious fortified bunker in northern Illinois. We're in the 60s. Fair skies, dry roads tonight. People be safe. Thanks for getting the stuff where it needs to go. All right, Pappy. Long live the Queen. Yeah, that's another whole scenario, right? I don't pay a whole hell of a lot of attention to what's going on with the royal family and all, but there's a big uproar, a big stink that's been brewing about that. Maybe we'll touch a little more on that coming up. They had the interview with Oprah. What was the night before? I think that ran on Sunday night or something. Millions and millions of people around the world tuned in. A lot of people really intrigued with the royal family. But what a stink has been brought up about Piers Morgan. He's the guy, we're familiar with Piers Morgan. Not real fond of the guy for some of his beliefs in gun control and things like that. We're not on the same page, but for what it's worth, he actually walked off the job. He stormed out of the studio over the whole stink up with the interview with in regards to Kate. But meanwhile, cancel culture. Last week it was Dr. Seuss, right? All the Dr. Seuss books, 6 in total, no longer going to be published. Who's next on the list? And I guess my question is, where does this end? Well, I'll tell you who's next up. Disney. All right, Disney Plus. We're talking about the Disney, millions of people. I think they've reached they hit another milestone, another big mark with millions of subscribers. They have stripped the children's movie selection of some classic movies like Dumbo, The Aristocrats, Peter Pan, because of their racist stereotypes. Settings on the streaming site's app will deter children from watching the once loved, now controversial titles. They've got what they call a Stories Matter section on the website where Disney tries to explain why each iconic movie is being pulled. For Dumbo, they explain the crows and the musical number pay homage to racist minstrel shows, where white performers with blackened faces and tattered clothing imitated and ridiculed enslaved Africans on southern plantations. The leader of the group in Dumbo is Jim Crow. Just so happens he shares the name of the laws that enforced racial segregation in the southern United States. As for Peter Pan, they stated that the film portrays Native people in a stereotypical manner that reflects neither the diversity of Native peoples nor their authentic cultural traditions. It shows them speaking in an unintelligible language and repeatedly refers to them as Redskins, an offensive term. Peter and the Lost Boys engage in dancing, wearing headdresses, and other exaggerated tropes. Meanwhile, for the beloved aristocrats, the Siamese cat, Shungan, is depicted as a racist caricature of East Asian peoples with exaggerated stereotypical traits such as slanted eyes and buck teeth. He sings in poorly accented English voiced by a white actor and plays the piano with chopsticks. Despite this, adults can still access the now, as they label them as taboo movies. But they will be shown with disclaimers, warning viewers of what's to come. Viewers wanting to watch these animated flicks will be told, quote, this program includes negative depictions and or mistreatment of people or cultures. These stereotypes were wrong then, and they're wrong now. Rather than remove the content, we want to acknowledge its harmful impact, learn from it, and spark conversation to create a more inclusive future together. The move is understood to be part of an ongoing review of Disney of all the content in their films. Other classics that will include that warning will be the 1955 love story, Lady and the Tramp, as well as the 1960 film, Swiss Family Robinson. And where does it end? Alan Dershowitz, I cite him on a fairly regular basis because he's very interesting on these sort of topics. I don't think I printed the story up, but I'm sure I could pull it back up here in fairly short order. But he weighed in on this past day, kind of breaking down how that there's going to have to be some sort of you've got to come up with a universal, what would you call it, a universal platform. You can't just continue to go out there and pick and choose and just, okay, Dr. Seuss is bad, but this is not. All of a sudden, Dumbo's bad. Lady and the Tramp is bad, but this is not. Again, I'll try to pull that up for you here in just a bit. But it was rather interesting. I didn't think we were going to get into that topic all that much, but, well, there we go. Here we come with a hump day about 16 before the hour. And it's 844-3388. Hey, good morning to the Chevy guy.
Well, good morning, sir. Yeah, here's Morgan. All this time he's out there spouting all this stuff about gun control, all this, writing us about our form of government. But he just testified to his own self that he believes in his monarchy. He believes in a king. He believes in the government telling him what to do, and he will hold to it. And that's exactly what he did. When he got up and stormed out over, I'm sorry, in a free country and freedom of speech, I mean, people's dirt's going to get out of there. I mean, the woman has, I got a little bit of what she was saying. I don't watch Oprah, but hey, and she has a right to say what she's saying, or it looks like her husband's backing her up on how she was treated.
Yeah.
And it just, I'm sorry, we don't need to be like them. I've got a nephew. I love him dearly. He's probably one of the smartest ones in her family. He went through college, come back. I remember teaching him how to sketch a tree when he was that young, And now he's a architect, a draftsman in Canada. He worked his way up in the company. He's in high management, and when they build houses up there, he builds a heated floors up in Canada. They changed their citizenship to Canadian. And when my wife told me that, I got quite upset. And she said, I don't understand. I said, well, I'll tell you what, he just sold out his country for a dollar bill. And I said, that to me, that's as bad as anything you can do. If you're born, I mean, his talents and his skills can be used in this country to put Americans to work. And I said, I said, you're going to find out they don't have freedom of speech up there like we do down here.
Right.
And that's the truth. I mean, you can say things down here that you could be charged with. And I mean, a preacher can't stand in his own church and preach the Bible without being charged with a hate crime when it comes to homosexuality and what the Bible says. And my wife got upset at me because that's her, her precious nephew, and I agree, I love him, but he turned his back on his country. And she just here last couple days ago, they were talking about what was going on and the cancel culture down here, and finally his wife was on Facebook and said, "You all don't understand how much freedom of speech you have down here till you come up here. There's things you cannot say." And she looked at me and she said, "You were right." And I said, "Well, I listen to the radio all the time. I listen to all-night trucking shows. I listen. We actually had a friend that lived in Canada, and on Facebook friend, and he was mentally challenged. He had problems. His mom flew him. She was English, so she flew him to England, where the health coverage was better. And he made a comment about the king and the queen that was negative, and boom, he's been off Facebook ever since. And I said, well, that's because you do not touch your monarchy. And I think Piers Morgan, he doesn't need, if he believes in a king that much and not the power of the people, he has no business talking to us. And there's only one thing more stupider than the people that hired this guy, is the people that will actually sit there and listen to what he has to say. So I'm a little bit ticked, I guess. And here's a brain teaser. All right, you got a Siamese twins, beautiful girls, attached at the hip, sharing livers and sharing organs, so they can never be separated.
Yeah.
Well, the one girl catches her boyfriend cheating with her sister, shoots and kills him. Do they both go to jail? Other than that, I'm going to sit back in the rocking chair, copy the mail, and wait for Spaceman to come on. How about it?
Yeah, boy. Brain teaser, huh? Okay, just what we needed here on a Wednesday. All right, Chevy Guy, thank you so much. Good to hear from you. Again, I've never been a big fan of Piers Morgan, but I pulled up this story here somewhere in the mix. Quentin on his talk show. It's more or less about he was very, very upset with some of the accusations made in that interview about the royal family, the bombshell. Yeah, it was Meghan. The interview about the royal family. The media watchdog in the UK said that they're launching an investigation into the show under its harm and offense rules. Got like 41,000 complaints about Morgan's comments about the Duchess of Sussex. So many people hold them in such high esteem. They're the royalty. Now, Morgan's departure announced shortly after Buckingham Palace issued a statement saying allegations of racism made by Prince Harry and Meghan during that interview with Oprah were indeed concerning. The interview, which aired in the U.S. Sunday night and then in the U.K. Monday evening, Meghan spoke about how she didn't want to be alive anymore. She struggled to fit in with the monarchy. She faced racist attitudes from Buckingham Palace as well as the media throughout the UK, and that her requests for help were rejected. So Monday morning, it's Good Morning Britain with Piers Morgan. Talking about Meghan's revelations, he says, "I'm sorry, I don't believe a word she says. I wouldn't believe her if she read me a weather report. She has sparked an onslaught against the royal family." Well, that drew criticism from many, including the mental health charity Mind, which said they're disappointed and concerned by Morgan's comments, is not believing Meghan's experiences. The Tuesday morning's episode, Morgan stormed off the set of the program as I guess the weather guy criticized his attitude toward Meghan, to which he stormed off the set. He said, "I'm done." So I guess it was just pretty much confirmed by ITV. Pierce has decided now's the time to leave. Good morning, Britain. We have accepted this decision. We have nothing further to say. Yeah, we in this country, Pierce was a former judge on America's Got Talent. In 2011, he replaced Larry King's primetime slot on CNN with his own talk show, which was canceled in 2014 due to poor ratings. He then joined Good Morning Britain in 2015, which he's been doing that for like the last 6 years. Yeah, he didn't have a fond following here in the United States, even with the liberal left watchers of CNN. All right, there you go. For those who like to follow the royal family. Our lines available at 844-844-3388. Couple of other industry headlines here. What do we see? Couple of guys caught stealing truck rims from a trucking company in Michigan last week. In Monroe County, in the middle of the afternoon, 3:40 in the afternoon. According to the Monroe News, the owner of Tyler's Trucking caught the two men loading 9 rims into the back of a pickup at his business and blocked the vehicle with his own pickup before calling police. The two suspects then offered to pay for the rims they were trying to steal, but soon fled the scene on foot. One of them was actually carrying a small child. 2 women were left at the scene sitting inside the pickup. They just abandoned their ladies. Police questioned the women but later released them with no charges. Officers eventually located the 2 thieves, taking them into custody. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that one of the men had an outstanding felony warrant, and the 2 were planning to sell the rims as scrap metal at a local recycling business. It was also discovered these 2 were responsible for the scrapping of $800 worth of other tire rims and brake calipers from other businesses in the area. They're in the county jail on larceny charges. And the video's kind of it's a frightening scene from the state of Idaho. The video posted this past morning involving a fuel tanker truck that sent sparks a-flying. It was all caught on the dash camera in Idaho Falls Tuesday morning. A power line had come down across I-15. According to the state patrol, the fuel tanker truck, no less, could not avoid the downed power lines. And what a nerve-wracking moment it was for sure. As you see the sparks flying, the tanker crossing the interstate, clipping the power lines. Amazingly, there were no injuries. That could have been a very, very ugly situation, right? And as we roll toward news update time, top of the hour here, lines available at 844-844-3388. One other item. This would be the second incident in as many weeks involving a mattress coming out of a vehicle traveling down the highway, one of which last week's incident actually caused death as a driver swerved to avoid the mattress that had come off the vehicle, lost control, crashing, and dying in that crash. The latest this past morning, police in Texas say it was an unsecured mattress to blame for a fire that destroyed a semi-truck this past day. This happened Tuesday morning in Edinburgh, Texas. The pickup truck traveling northbound on 281 lost a mattress that it was transporting. Of course, it flew out into the roadway, went under a semi-truck that was also northbound on 281. The mattress, I guess it got caught under the truck, caught fire, which in turn caused the truck to catch fire. Driver of the truck was able to get out of the vehicle in time. He was not hurt. Images captured at the scene, though, show the truck completely destroyed by the fire. The local news outlet KRGV reporting the pickup driver fled the scene before police arrived. That incident still under investigation. As I said with the incident last week, it seems like too many people can... they'll put the mattress in the pickup truck. It fits just fine back there in the bed. But they don't strap it down. We all know the wind, you get rolling, especially when you get to highway speeds, off she goes. 2 incidents of that nature in 2 weeks' time. All right, coming up next hour, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines. What else do we have in the mix here? As I said, lots to cover. Some of you, if you're out there on the road Sunday night, you may have seen the very bright light in the sky. It was visible for many, many miles around. And here's another incident. We've shared a number of these in recent weeks. A meteor streaking across the night sky. Yes, Sunday night, a spectacular light show causing earth-shaking booms as it burned through the atmosphere. Now, this particular meteor's explosive passage released the equivalent, according to scientists, of 440 pounds of TNT, suggesting this meteor was probably about 10 pounds. That's not that big, right? About 6 inches in diameter, but able to cause that significant. Yes, smacking the atmosphere at about 42,000 miles per hour, according to NASA. It appeared across the northern part of the state of Vermont as a bright fireball just before sunset. Local news outlets said we got calls from all over the state, with many people in Vermont just describing a loud boom, body-rattling vibration. Based on eyewitness account, NASA estimates the fireball first appeared 52 miles over Mount Mansfield State Forest and just east of Burlington, Vermont, the biggest city in the state, then progressed 33 miles northeast toward the Canadian border, disappearing about 33 miles above the ground south of the town of Newport. NASA said the shock wave was the result of the meteor fracturing due to the atmospheric pressure. We're talking about like a bowling ball-sized chunk, or maybe larger, moving at nearly 55 times the speed of sound through the atmosphere, where incredible pressure built up in the front of it, a vacuum formed behind it. Eventually, the stress caused the rock to explode, but yeah, big boom. All right, there we go. Wrapping things up for hour number 1. We'll get back to your calls ahead. Plenty of room for you on a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has approved extending the security deployment of the National Guard, meaning troops will be providing security for the Capitol until May 23rd. About 2,300 troops will remain at the Capitol, down from current levels around 5,000 troops. In a statement, the Defense Department says it approved the request to extend the deployment because of continued threats against the Capitol and its personnel. And another woman has come forward with accusations that New York Governor Andrew Cuomo touched her inappropriately. The Albany Times-Union reporting the woman accusing the governor of touching her last year at the governor's mansion after being called there for work. The paper did not release the name of the latest accuser. Cuomo now faces accusations of sexual harassment from 6 women, 5 of them who worked for him at the time of the alleged harassment. New York's Attorney General has opened an investigation into the accusations against the governor. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
You guys, your customer service and everything, you guys are great. And the commercials talk about it, but I don't know if it really gives it true justice. People need to know. This is maybe the most amazing product I've ever tried. It's so pure, it tastes so good. I'm just blown away by it.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code USA.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A record number of migrant children are being held on the southern border, according to the Border Patrol. More than 3,200 children were being held in facilities intended to temporarily hold adults, as an influx of unaccompanied minors has overwhelmed facilities on the border in recent weeks. Representative Henry Cuellar says that migrants are receiving multiple messages about coming to the United States. The Texas Democrat tells Fox News most are not listening to the calls from the White House to wait to try to come to the U.S.
You have what I call the Family Friends Network. They're saying, hey, guess what? We're able to get in. Why don't you go ahead and follow us? The third message is from the criminal organizations. They're saying, hey, look, come in and we can get you through. We're getting people in. 3 messages. And which one do you think they're listening to? They're listening to the Family Friends Network. They're listening to the criminal organizations network. Messaging. That is what's working. And therefore, the faster we process people, the more it feeds into the system, and the pipeline is going to continue getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
This is USA Radio News.
Working from home? I'm Chad Dodd, veterinarian and consultant to Limp Bells. Here are some tips for keeping your dog fit while staying at home. Find 15 minutes twice a day and walk your pet at a decent pace around your place. Play hide and seek by hiding some kibble or favorite toys and letting your dog find them. If you have stairs and your dog is mobile, walk up and down twice a day for 5 to 10 minutes. Or better yet, try a power walk on your terrace or backyard for some fresh air. There are more helpful pet care tips at youmove.com, spelled youmove.com.
A dam in the Hawaiian island of Maui has overflowed and officials fear it could fail. Lance Pry has more from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
If you've ever been to Maui, Hawaii, you know it rains a lot. Especially in the higher elevations, it rains almost every day of the year. So when a dam is overflowed because of rain, you know it's a lot of rain. Maui County officials advise those who evacuated their homes in Haiku to escape flooding from the overflowed Kepakalua Dam on Monday not to return to the area until it's safe to do so. Maui Mayor Michael Victorino says heavy rains and flooding like this have not been seen for decades.
More resources are being pushed into this area right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a real flooding situation we have not seen in a long time. In fact, some of the residents have told me that this is the worst they've seen in over 25 years.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Heavy rains on the island are expected to last through Wednesday morning. And Vermont residents were treated to a unique light show Sunday evening as a meteor passed through the atmosphere in the northern part of the state. The space rock fell as a bright fireball just before sunset on Sunday afternoon, with reports of loud booms and vibrations as the meteor passed overhead. Based on the size of that explosion, NASA scientists estimate the meteor was 6 inches in diameter and 10 pounds when it hit the planet's atmosphere. NASA says the rock broke apart about 33 miles in the air around the town of Newport, Vermont. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back on a Wednesday. Here comes midweek already. Y'all set? All right, with the warmer temperatures, Time is rapidly approaching. You're ready for those pesky little bugs to begin emerging in mass. It's hard to believe. Another 17 years has come and gone. AccuWeather describes it as the big cicada palooza about to get underway. Those are the words of entomologist and bug enthusiast Michael Ropp, University of Maryland. Here in just a couple months' time, as he puts it, billions, if not trillions, of singing cicadas will begin to emerge across a large swath of the eastern states. It's a party that's been 17 years in the making. You got to go back to 2004, last time they emerged. If you're a Brood X cicada, you've been counting down the days to May of 2021. As the warmer weather approaches, large swaths of this cicada brood will emerge from their 17-year underground hiatus and cover much of the southeast, the mid-Atlantic, and the Great Lakes this time around. We're talking about 15 states to be covered with their loud buzzing and egg laying. Now, he says it's still kind of a general mystery as to how they know when 17 years have passed or what triggers the reemergence. He did say the soil temperature plays a crucial role, though. What we know is when the soil temperature reaches about 64 degrees Fahrenheit at a depth of about 18 inches, that's the signal. That's Mother Nature's cue that the world is now warm enough to get up and come out. Let's go play. Yeah, that temperature is crucial for cicadas because by that point, the leaves will have sprouted on the tree branches, that they need that for egg laying. That's basically their environmental cue that the world's warm enough to come out and do the business that the cicadas are going to do. Yeah, you'll call it Brood X or Brood 10. Yeah, it's not the largest group of periodical cicadas, but this brood has tremendous reach across the eastern U.S. and puts them on a lot of people's radar. There's 15 different periodical broods, and a couple of them have gone extinct, as opposed to the annual broods, which emerge every year between July and September. Periodical broods emerge on either 13 or 17-year cycles, depends on the brood. This one is unique because it's known as the big brood. It has the largest geographic distribution, with cicada populations ranging from Georgia all the way up to New York. And with the cicadas emerging across an area that widespread, it's so many stuck in their homes due to the pandemic, this is going to be a learning opportunity for millions of people this year. There's simply going to be billions, again, if not trillions, of periodical cicadas emerging from the ground. On bright sunny days in the month of May, you go outside, enjoy the song, go watch some cicadas. It's going to be spectacular. Yeah, when you're outside, the sunniest days in the midsummer will be the noisiest days. Yeah, there are 3 distinct species of cicadas in Brood 10. They all have distinct calls, apparently. That combination is sure to make for a very boisterous chorus. On a bright sunny day, when the largest number are active and singing, it's going to be loud. The noise from Brood 10 can be as loud as 80 to 100 decibels. That's the sound equivalent of a lawnmower or a jet aircraft going overhead. It's going to be noisy. Now, over the past 17 years, they haven't really been napping per se. In the years between their emergence, they're busy eating tree roots, digging tunnels. Yeah, this coming spring, temperatures should be ripe for their mid-spring emergence. This May should be a couple degrees above normal, which means many days will have highs in the upper 70s and lower 80s, nighttime lows in the 50s and 60s. So here we are. Where are we at there? The 10th day of March, right about probably 2 months from now. The mass emergence of the cicadas. And for anyone under the age of 17, you've never seen the likes of this before. For me, I can distinctively remember the past two. I guess there was an emergence when I was very young, but the past two were big. Oh, we were going to say hello to Eagle, but I think he dozed off on us there. Catching some Z's.
No, I'm still awake.
Oh, I thought you were snoring, Eagle.
No, I'm still awake. Yeah, no, you heard. I think I heard you. I had the TV on. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. What's going on this morning? Good morning.
Okay. Yeah, I was checking. Okay. Yeah. So it's 1. Okay. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock now. Yeah, Steve, I want to talk about something that I talked about last night. The governor of Texas, man, he really made me proud today. Governor Greg Abbott. I'd like to see him try to run for president. You know, people have been looking for a man to represent the Republicans in 2024 if Trump decides not to get in. This guy, Greg Abbott, man, he tells it like it is. He's just like Donald Trump. He speaks his mind. He laid it all on the line today at the border of Texas and Mexico. He went down to the border, unlike Joe Biden, to check it out for himself,
right,
and to see this border crisis that we have. And he made some serious comments today. Did you know, Steve? Did you know? I didn't even notice until I looked at the full video on my cell phone about the Border Patrol. And Greg Abbott, he called him out on it. He said that the Border Patrol agents, he demanded that Joe Biden send some vaccines for the Border Patrol. Hey, these people are coming in contact with people with the deadly coronavirus. Abbott said that he wanted Joe Biden to send this vaccine down there to the border so all these border agents could be to get the vaccine shot. It makes it, because they're talking about giving vaccines to undocumented aliens, but they won't give it to a Border Patrol man. And Greg Abbott's not happy about it, and I'm not happy about it either. So, like I say, something's got to be done. Greg Abbott said that, he has to put his own troops, down there on the border to try to apprehend these people. And Abbott said that he's not going to play that game of catch and release. He's not going to play that game that Biden is playing where you catch somebody and then you turn them loose into the United States. He said if he catches somebody, if his people catch him coming into the U.S., they're going to be caught and they're going to be deported back to Mexico. And that's exactly the way it should be. Joe Biden, I don't know why this guy won't put his foot down, Steve, and say what needs to be said. But Joe Biden he's basically, like I told you, he's basically encouraging these people to step forward and lead a country. I think they say that last week they apprehended over 3,000 undocumented kids, and now they're here in the U.S. right now at the expense of people like me and you, our taxpayer money. And they're going to continue to come. They're going to continue to come to the United States until Biden does what needs to be done. Did you hear what I said, Steve?
I don't know if Joe's. I don't think there's anything he could say at this point in time that would turn him around. The camel's got its nose under the tent, and the whole camel's coming in. And he laid out the welcome mat, the surge. I don't think they anticipated a surge of this magnitude. But it's apparently it is. I've got the latest from several reports this past day, where the Homeland Security Secretary is asking for volunteers to come down and help. What they're describing is an overwhelming surge along the border. Something we haven't seen.
It's ridiculous. So I'm not in Texas right now, but I'm on my way back to Texas for my time off. And like I said, they say that they apprehended so many people. It's ridiculous how many people are attempting to cross into the U.S. And, and it wasn't like this with Donald Trump. Donald Trump made a comment last week. Things were under control when Trump was in the White House. And I knew this was going to happen, but I didn't think it was going to be to this extent, with when Biden got in the White House. But it's worse than what I thought it was, Steve. It's real bad. It's a real bad situation right now that we got going on. And, to turn somebody loose, what really offended me the most about this whole deal is when I found out that Joe Biden, that they were testing these people for the virus, and some of these people are testing positive, and Joe Biden is still releasing them into the United States. That's just crossing the line right there. That's too much to allow somebody to come into the U.S. like that. So, like I say, hopefully somebody will get in touch with Biden and he'll do the right thing and do at least show Donald Trump and that much respect, and don't tear down everything he did with the immigration program, because Donald Trump worked too hard to get it going, and Joe Biden is destroying it, and he ain't even been in the White House too much. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, if you're interested, the DHS secretary is asking for volunteers. If you'd like to go down there, you can't make this up. They are actually asking for anyone around the country that can travel safely during the COVID pandemic to come down there. Your assistance is not going to be in helping or trying to help deter these people from coming across the border. They want you to help with accommodations. They want you to help make meals for this incredible number. They've volunteered to help them come on across. Like I said, you can't make this up. New York Post says an overwhelming surge at the U.S.-Mexico border has led the Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, to request assistance from volunteers from agencies within the department. In an email sent to the Department of Homeland Security staff, he urges those who could travel, given the dangers of COVID, to help Customs and Border as they face this surge. Today, quote, I activated the volunteer force to support Customs and Border Protection as they face a surge along the southwest border. You've likely seen the news about the overwhelming numbers of migrants seeking access to this country along the southwest border. President Biden and I are committed to ensuring our nation has a safe, orderly, and humane immigration system, while continuing to balance all the other critical Department of Homeland Security missions. If you join the volunteer force, you will be acting in a non-law enforcement capacity. Responsibilities including managing property, preparing meals, doing supply runs, prescription medicine runs, housekeeping, and assisting in control rooms. Would you like to make beds? How would you like to be making up hundreds of beds per day, right? Yeah, housekeeping. How about you take out the trash? How about you help brew up some stew so we can feed them? He went on to acknowledge the risk being taken by those who opt in to help given the continued spread of the COVID. I realize these are uncertain times. Being away from home may be concerning, this says, but today your colleagues need assistance carrying out their mission to help others. Your health and well-being will remain priorities. News of that email came late Monday, the same day a group of nearly 24 House Republicans wrote a letter to Mayorkas voicing their concern about how many at the southern border have tested positive for COVID and still being granted entry into the country. That letter, led by Representative Michael Burgess of Texas, signed by 23 others, urging the administration to restrict border crossings to contain the spread of COVID. They also requested clarity about the reports that more than 100 who tested positive were actually released into the country. The replacement of Donald Trump, of course, who maintained a hard line. Joe Biden has undone his predecessor's key border initiatives, which has, yes, it has set off a surge at the border of Central American and Mexican illegal immigrants, including thousands of unescorted children. We all know with his, right out of the box, day number one, his executive orders, the border wall, stopping the border wall, ending the Remain in Mexico policy, under which about 71,000 Central American asylum applications were waiting rulings in Mexico. Did you catch that? 71,000, they're all immediately now converging on the border. He issued the order affirming the Dreamers, giving work permits, protection from deportation to people brought illegally into the country as minors. The pathway to citizenship for about 11 million illegals already in the country. But they're still trying to deny that there's really a crisis while insisting that the border is not facing a crisis. Mayorkas said while speaking to reporters that the problems they did face should be blamed on the previous administration. We need to blame this on Trump. Despite the data showing migrants flooding the border because they believe Biden's going to welcome them in with open arms. To put it succinctly, the prior administration dismantled our nation's immigration system in its entirety, he said. When I started 27 days ago, I learned we didn't have the facilities available or the equipped to administer the humanitarian laws that Congress passed years ago. We don't have the personnel. We don't have the policies. We don't have the procedures or the training to administer those laws. He says, quote, quite frankly, the entire system was gutted. And they want us to buy into this. So Trump was the bad guy in this. It's Trump's fault that all these immigrants are now converging on the border. Like I said, you can't make this stuff up. And what Eagle was referring to in reference to the Texas governor, yes, he did pretty much he laid it out this past day as he toured the state line by helicopter. He says the Biden administration continues to basically refuse to even admit the involvement and the necessity of immigration and customs enforcement being involved in this process. It's ICE that is involved in that detention process. It is ICE that has its detention facilities overrun. It is ICE that needs to expand those facilities because of the people coming across the border illegally. The growing numbers that are coming in, this is evidence that a crisis is at hand. And it's still very early in the year. And this emergency is going to get a whole lot worse. If you look at the Rio Grande Valley region, the number of people apprehended last year was about 90,000. In just the first 2.5 months of this year, we're already at 108,000. You get that 2.5 months, you're 18,000 more than you were for the entire damn year of 2020. And of those, 800 criminal immigrants, people previously arrested in the United States and deported, 76 sex offenders, 62 gang members, including MS-13 members. This is not a numerical crisis. It's a very dangerous situation. We're looking to let criminals fan out all over the country. And this is a direct result of the Biden administration's policy shift, according to Abbott. The elimination of the Remain in Mexico policy, what has suddenly allowed so many people to come back in. Now, he praised the legislature in Texas for providing $800 million in the budget to pay for law enforcement officers, Department of Public Safety, National Guard, boats, helicopters, to keep track of what's happening and allow boots on the ground there in Texas. We're doing what the federal government should be doing, he said. Do you realize immigration is a federal responsibility? And because the Biden administration's not doing it, the state of Texas is having to step in and use every tool we can to help secure the border. This is a self-inflicted wound for the Biden administration. They've known what was going to happen if they refused to continue the policies of the previous administration. You're seeing from the sheer numbers, we already have more people who've been apprehended this year than all of last year. And that's hard to imagine. And he said the Border Patrol told him that 100% of the children arriving at the border have been brought through the drug cartels. The drug cartels are bringing them up, not their families. Once they get kids across the border, Border Patrol agents have to deal with those kids. That's when the drug cartels bring in the more dangerous criminals who get paid more, pay more to the cartels, including the dangerous drugs coming across the border. The cartels know exactly what they're doing. It's called flooding the zone. You preoccupy the Border Patrol, and then they can wreak their havoc. It's very methodical. They know exactly what they're doing. All right, we'll get back to your calls ahead here. Plenty of room for you on a Wednesday at 844-844-3388. We'll see what's going on with Rhonda coming up right out of the news break here. Let's see. Douglas checking in this morning. Tar Heel, North Carolina, listening in here. All right, there you go. Morning, everyone. Anybody remember My Body, My Choice? No vaccine. Oh, Punxsutawney Joe he's referring to him. Punxsutawney Joe is hiding out in his Washington hole. He's in his burrow. All right. Thanks to all those tuned in tonight. And again, it's 844-844-3388. Got a Wednesday coming on, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The House is expected to vote on a $1.9 trillion COVID relief package on Wednesday. The bill passed a procedural hurdle Tuesday evening, clearing the way for its anticipated passage. President Biden says he'll sign the bill as soon as he gets it. He had pushed lawmakers to pass the bill before March 14th, when federal unemployment benefits would expire. Senator Joe Manchin says the changes that the Senate made to the bill last week came with input from Republicans, despite not a single GOP senator voting for the measure. The West Virginia Democrat told Fox News that he understands his colleagues' hesitancy over the bill's price tag, but adds that the bill will help people in his state.
The bill at the end at 1.9 was more than what they could go. I understand that and respect that, but it was a bill that in my state helped so many people in so many different ways. And at the end, when we were able to make a few adjustments here and there, it was a bill that I could support.
This is USA Radio News.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand and you care about your credit, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 6 million people with credit card debt. Without destroying your credit, they can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. The program works. Call Consolidated Credit now. Call 800-406-0046. 800-406-0046. That's 800-406-0046. Consolidated Credit Counseling Services, Inc., 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 80092. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number DC 83. Service may adversely affect an individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action, not a loan company.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, looks like Knuckle Buster. So talking about the cancel call, we talked about, of course, Dr. Seuss, now Disney. And I guess yesterday I missed Pepe Le Pew. Pepe Le Pew canceled by Warner Brothers, being accused as promoting the rape culture. Ah, boy. Now, the world's most famous cartoon skunk, the latest victim of cancel culture, The Hollywood Reporter reporting the Looney Tunes icon, Pepe Le Pew, is not featured in any current Warner Brothers projects, and there are no plans for the character's return. Le Pew will not be appearing in the upcoming LeBron James film, Space Jam 2, the sequel to the 90s Looney Tunes movie that starred Michael Jordan. If you recall, Pepe Le Pew appeared alongside the Chicago Bulls legend in that first film. According to the report, the decision to snub the famous skunk was actually made more than a year ago. Deadline also reported that a scene featuring Le Pew and actress Gracie Santo was shot back in June of 2019, but that one is left on the cutting room floor. Last week, with the uproar over the cancellation of 6 Dr. Seuss books, New York Times columnist Charles Blow took aim at Le Pew, who he said normalized rape culture, as well as fellow Looney Tunes Speedy Gonzales, whose friends helped popularize the corrosive stereotype of drunken, lethargic Mexicans. And he actually doubled down on his attack toward Pepe Le Pew. Blogs are mad because I said Pepe Le Pew added to rape culture. Well, let's see. First, he kisses a girl, a stranger, repeatedly, without consent, against her will. She struggles mightily to get away from him, but he won't release. He locks the door to prevent her from escaping. This helps teach boys that no doesn't mean no, that it's part of the game. The starting line of a power struggle, it taught overcoming a woman's strenuous, even physical objections is normal, adorable, and funny. They don't even give the woman the ability to speak. All right, cartoon characters. Pepe Le Pew is disgusting. The whole point of this character and this cartoon, they're not designed as role models. They behave in the most insane, obsessive, reprehensible manner. Their flawed nature is why it's morally acceptable and so regressively funny to see them fail miserably over and over. Pepe Le Pew's a skunk. He literally stinks. They couldn't design a more obvious signal. All right, they go on, but we're just going to cancel it all before it's said and done, right? We need some good old-fashioned book burnings out there in the streets. Yeah, kind of reminiscent of, what was it? Yeah, Nazi Germany. Burn them all. Hello, Rhonda.
Morning. We can start calling him Pepe Le Joe because of the sniffing and bad actions.
Pepe Le Joe, I like that. Pepe Le Joe.
I know. I'm still trying to get my marbles together. I got a forwarded message, and my company's been sending us a lot of messages. You get a chance, Google the Michigan frost laws, because everybody's used to 80,000 pound gross, and then the regular axle weights for us, and their frost laws cut that way back. So if you get a chance, let some of the drivers in on the frost laws up there in Michigan. There's a website that they can go to or an app that they can download. I don't know. I'll stay out of Michigan or follow company directions, but and all that BS about the crossing the border, letting them all in. They're doing that. They're working on their voter pool. They don't care nothing about anything else. They're building their voters for the next election. So
yeah, if not the next election, maybe 8 years from now. I mean, that's kind of the time frame he's laying out for the 11 million that are illegally in the country to be legal. It's all planned well ahead. Yes, for the this is a permanent Democrat voter bloc.
Yeah, they're not concerned in one way, shape, or form about the U.S. And I get so freaking tired of the Republicans. I've been sending nasty emails back when they call me and ask for freaking money. They're just as corrupt as the doggone Democrats. It's everybody up there in D.C. They don't want anybody down here in the real world to find out what they've been up to up there. So, and it's just irritating. So, I'm not in a funny-go-lucky mood tonight, so that's going to be my 2 cents for the minute. I'm going to let somebody funny get in there because I am not in a funny mood.
Okay, all right. So one question is, how's the app working tonight? Everything any different, or are you using the app?
I think I'm not sure which one I'm on right now. I haven't heard any of the music overload, and I'm not sure if I'm on. I think I'm on the app tonight, but I'm in Knoxville too, so I ain't made much track since last night.
Well, okay.
I got to Williamsburg and went to bed, but I'm in the city now, so we'll see when I get down south of town. So I'll let you know. I'll shoot you a message or something later on if I start getting breakups on
Sure.
it. So.
Okay. Appreciate it.
So have a good night.
Thank you so much. All right, there you go. What are we looking at here? Got a Wednesday. Yeah, hump day. I got lines wide open around the country at 844-3388. So I'm thinking back here. I guess Trump yesterday is calling on people to not send your money to the likes of the RNC and send the money to his PAC, I guess. And they will pick conservative candidates to endorse or whatever and support with those funds, which I'm sure the RNC is not a bit happy with. Now, let me start with here just a couple of days ago. Earlier, I saved this, and I knew there was a reason I saved that. First of all, if you missed it, former President Trump demanded 3 main Republican groups to stop using his name and stop using his likeness to help them raise money. Confirming a report in Politico said that the lawyers for Trump last Friday sent a cease and desist letter or letters to the Republican National Committee, the National Republican Congressional Campaign, and the National Republican Senate Campaign. Stop using his name and likeness on fundraising emails and merchandise. That's pretty much laying it out, huh? You don't want to back me, but you want to use me to help you raise funds? You turned your back on me? Essentially, you stabbed me in the back? The advisor, said Trump is sensitive to the use of his name and likeness for branding purposes. He's irked by all 3 of those groups supporting those Republican lawmakers that joined the Democrats, voting to impeach him. Trump is rather using his Save America super PAC to raise money in order to help hand-picked Republican candidates for the 22 congressional elections, some of which will actually be challenging Republican incumbents that the former president would like to see ousted. The follow-up to that this past day, this call for supporters to donate their contributions to his political action group is going to divide the Republican Party's funds for the midterm elections. No more money for rhinos, says the president, former president. Republicans in name only. The call for supporters to funnel their planned donations to Republican candidates into his PAC. They do nothing but hurt the Republican Party and our great voting base. They'll never lead us to greatness, he said. Send your donations to Save America PAC. We'll bring it all back stronger than ever before. Everything we did the last 4 years was Trump, 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 said a longtime Republican strategist who has participated in many of the campaign committees. If that's taken away from us, it could be devastating. Former senior aide to the Republican Congressional Committee added, this PAC is basically starting a Trump version of the Lincoln Project. And just like those never-Trumpers, they view themselves as ideologically pure, loyal to what the party should be. They then go into the cease and desist letters that I already mentioned here a few minutes ago. All right. President Trump remains committed to the Republican Party and electing America First conservatives. That doesn't give anyone, whether friend or foe, permission to use his likeness without explicit approval. This is what we saw coming down the pike. He, in all likelihood, I don't see him actually running for president in 2024, but he's definitely going to be looking to take back the House and the Senate, but not necessarily endorsing the Republicans that are in those seats right now. He's looking for true conservative, not rhino Republicans. What more can you say? All right, back to the calls we go here. What's happening this morning, Pappy?
Good evening, Mr. Steve Sommers. How are you, sir?
I cannot complain. Happy hump day.
Yes, sir. Hey, listen, the Republicans are definitely not the answer to our problems. But the Democrats are definitely the problems, if that makes sense.
Okay.
We got to get rid of these rhinos, man. I'll tell you what, Rhonda hit the nail on the head. These people do not care about us, Steve. I've been saying this for how many months now? They don't care. Do you think they care that all these illegal immigrants are coming across the border with COVID? They don't care. If anything, it probably helps their agenda because the COVID numbers are going down. They need to get them COVID numbers back up to keep the fear factor going. I hope I'm wrong on that, but I don't know. They don't care about us. They want this country. If you just look, Steve, we all sit here and scratch our heads and say, just when you think things get more crazier, they do. And I come to the conclusion they are destroying this country. They want this country destroyed. They want total government control. And they're going to stop at nothing until they get it. And I don't know if we're going to be able to stop them. Sad state of affairs.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Eagle, man, he hit it right. When it comes to this deal on the border, we're in trouble, man. We're in deep trouble. And I'll tell you what, I mean, God love Eagle. I got to disagree with him on one point. If he thinks Joe Biden is going to say, oops, we made a mistake.
Yeah.
We were wrong.
Yeah.
Trump is right. We're going to reenact some. That is not going to happen. You can etch that in stone. It will be a cold day in Hades before they ever admit Trump was right about anything. Let me talk about these governors that they want to put on these trucks. Listen, I'm not a truck driver, but I'll throw this out there. I mean, I'm on the bomb squad with the sheriff's office where I work, and our truck is nothing more than a big fire engine. Okay.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's a pretty good sized truck. Now, law enforcement are exempt from having to have a CDL to drive this thing. Now, with that said, we had to take several classes, to prove that we can operate this thing to be able to drive it. And attended many update classes, sat in a lot of county update classes with like the snowplow drivers, the county people that drive these big trucks, sat in some of their CDL classes. Now, man, one of the first things I thought of when we were, sitting in one of these classes is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know I'm 100% right here, and any of your truck drivers can call in and confirm this. When you're driving a big truck, and if you get a front wheel blowout,
yep,
you are not to let off the gas, that you are supposed to hammer down and drive through that. Now, the truck that we have to go on these call-outs has a governor on it. We can't go more than 65 miles an hour on that thing. We get out on the interstate, Steve, we just shut the lights and the sirens off. There's no sense in even turning them on. Now, that's a safety issue. I mean, you know, I'm sure blowouts, I mean, it's not that they happen all the time, but they're fairly common. I mean, how many times have you drive down the highway and you see tire treads,
Sure,
retreads on the highways? Man?
Absolutely.
And that just goes to show you that you got these buffoons up in D.C. that are trying to write these rules that never got behind a truck in their life and have no idea what they're talking about.
If you've got the hammer down doing your maximum speed of 65 miles per hour, and yes, I've said that numerous times over the years, if you do have the blowout, you don't have anything more to give. You've got the pedal to the metal. I know I spoke to some drivers who say they try to keep it back a little bit from being maximum speed because for just in the event something like that happens, they want to be able to have at least something. Yeah, when you put the hammer down, that lifts the front end off the ground a bit, to lessen the ability for that blown tire to pull you into the ditch or into oncoming traffic.
Yeah,
that's the purpose.
Kind of hard to do on it, man. Kind of hard to do if you're going up grade too.
You got the hammer down, you can't do it.
I got to stand with Pierce Morgan on this one, man. Listen, this Hollywood elitist, she tried to play the victim card here, man. I'm just not buying it. I didn't watch the interview. I just seen clips from the Hannity show tonight. But one of the clips that, you know, they played that she, I guess, had a little meltdown because she was in disagreement with her sister-in-law on what type of dresses these girls were going to wear in the wedding. Listen, I get it. A wedding's a big deal, and especially that one was a big deal. I get it. But are you going to have a mental breakdown over this? Is it going to cause you to have so much mental stress? You know, I think when she made that comment that there's, there's been some questions on how dark skin is the baby going to be.
Right. Exactly.
Boy, old Oprah jumped right on that. You know, she the way I took it, you know, is she made the comment. Well, do you take that as being racist? You know? Man, I don't know.
On that particular note, the way Pierce Morgan made it sound by making, I guess it was Harry that made the accusation that someone, you know, there in Buckingham Palace had made that sort of a statement. But he said, "I'll never divulge who it was." Pierce says that kind of makes everyone in Buckingham Palace is now suspect of being racist. Are you the one that said it? Are you the one that said it? Just it was. It was all just to make the entire the royal family look like they're a bunch of racists.
Yes, and now correct me if I'm wrong. It's my understanding that she never even heard that. It was the prince that mentioned it.
He's the one that said
never actually heard that.
Yep.
You know, and what got Pierce upset, why he walked off, is one of his co-workers there, you know, is I guess, you know, one of these woke people, you know, that was defending what, you know, the Duchess was saying and defending their comments. And when Pierce was like, you got a right to believe it, I got a right not to believe it, and this guy started attacking Pierce. And that's why Pierce got up and walked out. He's like, man, enough of this. I ain't got.
I'm done with this. Yeah, I'm done.
It's not like he needs the money. Come on. But unfortunately, I think the prince. I think his wife has him woke now. It's my understanding he was supposed to attend a fundraiser for some wounded warriors from over the pond. And he was scheduled to go. Instead, he canceled and attended a meeting with Disney to try to get his wife a job doing a voiceover in a cartoon or something like that. And he really upset a lot of his ex-military buddies, so to speak, when he did that.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if she's brainwashing him a little bit. If she's a Hollywood elite,
That's
man.
it. You took the words
left,
out of my mouth. Yes, you got the Hollywood elite trying to blend in with the royal family. Those two they don't match up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I mean, everything we heard about the prince up until now has been good. Honestly, I mean, that man did 2 tours over in Afghanistan. And he was in the thick of it. Listen, he wasn't on the sidelines, man. He was in the thick of things over there, man. I mean, he had so much respect for a lot of people. And again, his wife made the comment that, she used this analogy where, you got a picture of your child on your desk in your office. And somebody comes in and they see the picture, right? And then they ask for, hey, let me see the other 300 pictures that you have stored in your phone. And she was like, well, those are private. I don't want to show you them. And she said, we got people across the street with zoom lenses trying to take pictures. Listen, man, she knew that when she married into this family. You can't tell me that she had no clue that this was going to happen. This is what killed her husband's mother.
Yes. Paparazzi.
She just, in my opinion, she just didn't know how to deal with it, which is understandable, man. But to turn around and try to throw the royal family under the bus, it's kind of like, until Trump came in office, other presidents that came in office and left, they always kept their mouth shut. They never butted into the new president's dealings. Until Trump came in office. Obama came out, started running his mouth. Even George Bush came out a little bit. Prior to that was unheard of. It just didn't happen.
Yep.
It was like a code of honor there. Well, that's my rant for tonight.
Hey, good to hear from you. Thank you so much for checking in. Have a good Wednesday.
Be safe, sir.
You got it. All right, that frees up another line. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Got Ron to ask about the frost laws. I guess the changes kicked in on Monday here a couple days ago. And maybe it was March 1st. So either way, got the latest on that. Do you believe Joe Biden is, at this point, already unfit to be president? About half the country at this point believes that. It's not surprising, but we'll give you all the latest and so much more coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Alaska has become the first state to offer COVID vaccinations to all eligible residents. Governor Mike Dunleavy announced Tuesday that any individual living or working in Alaska over the age of 16 can get the shot. According to the CDC, Alaska has administered more shots per 100,000 people than any state in the union. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has approved extending the security deployment of the National Guard, meaning troops will be providing security for the Capitol until May 23rd. About 2,300 troops will remain at the Capitol building, down from current levels around 5,000 troops. In a statement, the Defense Department says it approved the request to extend the deployment because of continued threats against the Capitol and its personnel. And another woman has come forward with accusations against New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The Albany Times-Union reporting that the woman is accusing the governor of touching her inappropriately last year at the governor's mansion after being called there for work. Cuomo now faces accusations of sexual harassment from 6 women, 5 of them who worked for him at the time of the alleged harassment. This is USA Radio News.
For 3 years, you've heard me talk about MyPillow and the MyPillow Premium Pillow and how I get the best night's sleep of my life, how they don't go flat. They are washable and dryable and made in the USA. And it continues the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special from Mike Lindell. A standard or queen-size premium MyPillow, $29.98. You're saving $40. King-size pillows, only $5 more. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. And while you're at MyPillow.com, check out all the deep discounts on all the other MyPillow products. MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
A surge of migrants at the U.S.'s southern border has included a large number of unaccompanied minors, with officials saying their numbers have tripled in the last few weeks. More than 3,000 have been held at federal border facilities. Jonathan Fahey is the former acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and tells Fox News that the border surge was predictable with the Biden administration's policies.
This is the same party that has been fighting to keep criminals in the country through the sanctuary city policy that has now become a federal policy. So, of course, this is predictable. If you say you could come to our country, commit crimes, even the most serious crimes, and still get to stay, what does that say to people that want to come to our country? It says we have an open border, we have amnesty, because as soon as you get here, you enjoy every right, privilege, and benefit that every American citizen enjoys. You and the American citizens get reduced wages, and they bear all the costs.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
The House is set to take a final vote on the president's COVID relief bill on Wednesday, as congressional Republicans continue to point out their issues with the measure. Tim Berg has more from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
House Republicans are ripping a nearly $2 trillion stimulus bill that's expected to get final approval in the House on Wednesday. Wyoming's Liz Cheney saying the nearly $2 trillion bill is a spending burden. In the Senate, Republican Senator from Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, reminding everyone,
on top of that $1 trillion that's currently unspent, we did not need to authorize another $1.9 trillion. In total, we're about $28 trillion in debt. We did not need this.
Senate Democrats also on board with sending stimulus checks of $1,400 to prisoners as they voted down an amendment put forth by Republicans.
They had a chance on Saturday morning to stop checks from going to prisoners, from going to the Boston bomber, for instance. And on that vote, they declined. Every single Democrat wanted to continue the practice of sending checks to prisoners.
Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton speaking there on Fox News.
And Vermont residents were treated to a unique light show Sunday evening as a meteor passed through the atmosphere in the northern part of the state. The space rock fell as a bright fireball just before sunset on Sunday afternoon, with reports of loud booms and vibrations as the meteor passed overhead. Based on the size of the explosions, NASA scientists estimate the meteor was 6 inches in diameter and 10 pounds when it hit the planet's atmosphere. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, jump right back into it here on a Wednesday hump day. Here we go. Right back to the state of Michigan. All right, this is what Rhonda was talking about last hour. The Michigan DOT and local agencies enacting the spring weight restrictions. It's an annual thing to protect the roads. Actually started Monday the 1st, effective 6 a.m. and being enforced on all truck line highways from the Michigan border north, including M20, the interchange with the US 31, east on M20 to US 131, and on and on. You know, all state trunk lines will have weight restrictions imposed and enforced. State routes typically carry MI or US designations. So they say when roads that have been frozen all winter long and they begin to thaw from the surface downward, melting snow and ice saturated and softened ground during the spring thaw, the roadbed softens by trapping moisture under the pavement, making it more susceptible to damage. That also contributes to pothole problems already occurring due to the numerous freezing, thawing cycles we saw. There's more to it, but the Michigan DOT determines when weight restrictions begin each spring, measuring frost depths along the highways, observing road conditions, monitoring weather forecast. The weight restrictions remain in effect until the frost line is deep enough to allow moisture to escape, and then the road beds regain stability. All right, county road commissions and city public work departments put in place their own seasonal weight restrictions, which usually, but not always, kind of coincide with the state restrictions. Generally, they've got signs posted indicating which routes have those weight restrictions in effect. So there you go, up to speed on that. The spring thaw, yep, that time of year has rolled around once again. Okay, we get back to our calls here this morning on a midweek hump day. What's happening with the big moose this morning?
Hey, not much. Playing truck driver, you?
Same as usual. There you go.
Yeah, I heard that. Hey, I heard a pretty good funny. I wanted to call and share it with you. This old bachelor mountain man lived up on the mountain there in Utah, and he's up there all by himself, and his only friend in the world was his pet trumpeter swan. He had this swan that was his best buddy. And one day he was sitting out there, and he said, Swan, he said, I always wanted to see me one of them moving pictures. And he said, I'm getting up in age, and he said, I think it's time we go to town and watch us a moving picture show. So him and that swan walked down off the mountain, down through the valley, into town, walked up to the theater and said, we want 2 tickets to see your moving picture show. The guy at the ticket counter said, well, that'll be $8 for you. He said, but I'm afraid we can't allow that swan to come in here. He said, we don't allow no animals. So he said, well, I guess never mind. He turned to leave, and he got to thinking about that long walk back home. So he went around the corner and unbuttoned his bib overalls and picked that swan up and stuffed it down the front of his bib overalls and buttoned them back up, pulled his coat around, went back, bought his ticket, and went in the theater. And the only seat open in the whole theater beside these 2 old women up in the front row. So he went up there and sat down. He's sitting there watching the movie, and that old swan gets to fidgeting a little bit, can't breathe. So
yeah.
He don't want to be too obvious about it. So he just unzips his fly and pulls that swan's head out so it can breathe, The first old woman looked over at the second one. She said, Mary Margaret. She said, what, honey? She said, I've always said if you've seen one, you've seen them all. But hot damn, this one's eating popcorn. Well, I guess that's all I had. I'm going to let the political experts get back on here. I'm tired of talking about that crap, so keep it between the spotted and the solid, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
That's great, yeah. This one's eating popcorn. That's a good one. I have to remember that one. Rolling up on 12 past the hour. All right, so if you're keeping track, I don't know, anybody keeping tabs on Governor Cuomo? It's not getting any better. We're up to number 6. A 6th woman accusing him of inappropriate conduct. Let's see. The woman, a female member of Cuomo's staff, told associates that he touched her inappropriate last year during an encounter at the governor's mansion. She has not filed a formal complaint, though other employees in the executive chamber reported the allegations to the governor's counsel. The Times-Union is withholding her name until she can be reached for comment. Of course, Cuomo being investigated for the nursing home scandal. This past day told reporters he's not aware of the latest allegation. First, I'm not aware of another claim. As I said last week, this is very simple. I never touched anyone inappropriately. No one ever told me at the time that I made them feel uncomfortable. Obviously, there are people who said after the fact that I made them feel uncomfortable. And as far as the nursing home scandal, that's not getting any better either. Family members of seniors in New York who died are now calling for Governor Cuomo to donate the proceeds from the book he wrote, touting his pandemic response. The best case scenario is the profits go to a fund for grieving families, they're saying. There should be a fund set up. Daniel Arbany said his 89-year-old father died because the COVID was introduced into his nursing home. All right, the public's economic and medical travails. Cuomo wrote a book as this was all unfolding about his glorious response to the COVID pandemic there in the state of New York. A book entitled American Crisis, Leadership Lessons from the COVID-19 Pandemic. On page 334, he writes that New York was number 46 out of 50 in the nation when it comes to a percentage of deaths in nursing homes. That is an absolute lie. Another, Peter Abney says, he insulted my family, he insulted my intelligence, he insulted the entire city by coming out with a book. That was my call to action. That book deal, by the way, was for a tidy 7-figure sum, according to Vanity Fair. Some called it a blockbuster amount. Losing in New York State 15,000 of our most vulnerable, cherished residents, family members. We need a memorial. And that go to fund, that the book royalty should go to fund that memorial. I mean, you got a book publisher, paid him 7 figures that was all based on a lie. So his pandemic deaths caused the deaths of thousands of nursing home patients. They don't have a voice here. So it doesn't get better with any passing day for old Governor Cuomo there in the state of New York. All right, who's next up here? Lines available at 844-844-3388. And I believe we head up north of the border. Would this be Todd in Canada?
Hey, Steve. How you doing this morning?
Not bad. What's going on?
Oh, not much. I'm over here in Iowa. I actually made a comment on your Facebook feed there, and I just kind of felt bad about what a comment I made. As an outsider of not being an American, I just said that Biden had sent you guys down the river. I didn't really mean anything by that, but everything that's going on in the world is just the whole thing's just a little bit crazy, don't you think?
Well, 100%, yes.
Well, you got they're getting rid of that Pepe Le Pew off his cartoon character off of the TV Cartoon Network, and Yosemite Sam and Dr. Seuss. Does the world not have other problems going on besides all that stuff?
I'd say, boy, there's something called a COVID pandemic. There's something called a border crisis on our southern border right now. There's a hell of a lot going on that would warrant a whole lot more focus than what's going on with cartoon characters and children and animated books.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is. And it's just, the whole thing's just getting out of hand. We lost a great person back where I live in Canada. Wayne Gretzky's dad passed away last week. I don't know if you ever heard about him.
I'm familiar with Wayne Gretzky, but no, I'm not familiar with that news out of Canada. No, sir.
No, he was. So Wayne Gretzky was a hockey player. He played for the Edmonton Oilers.
Sure.
And his dad passed away last week, and they had a big thing back in my hometown in Brantford, Ontario. And he did a very good thing for our community and everything else. And you think about what's going on in the world, and then something happens close to your hometown, and you just think about it, and you just go, well, it is what it is. With everything that's going on in the United States and Canada and everything else, with COVID and Biden and with Donald Trump and everything else, Donald Trump was actually a better president than what is. He kind of got a little bit shafted on that side, but well, it is what it is. We got to deal with. We got all this stuff's going on down in Mexico and the United States and everything else, and I think that we got a big problem on our hands, don't you think, Steve?
Quite big. Yes. I don't know if we'll be able to overcome it. If we'll be able to stop it.
Well, the Americans got to stand up and just say enough is enough and just get rid of them. Can you guys do that? I don't know. I'm an outsider here. I'm Canadian, but I come down to the United States, and I love coming down here. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying anything bad about the United States, but I love coming down here. I love it. But there's something got to be done with it, Steve. You got to get rid of that Biden. You got to get him out of there.
Well, I don't think Joe's going to be in office all that long anyway. It's going to be Kamala Harris. That's the one we're going to be dealing with for the abundance of the 4 years. But aside from an actual uprising or war in the country, the only way to do it correctly is at the ballot box, and that's going to start in 2022. They're going to have to take the House or the Senate, one or the other, or both. Better yet, to stop what would be the Biden-Kamala, taking the country so far off the cliff to the left. Yeah, the whole thing is that a good thing for the United States, do you think, with her being in there or not? She'll be, if you think Biden's bad, just wait till you get a real taste of Kamala Harris. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. On your part, you got to get both of them out of there. Like what? Why? I don't understand why. What was wrong with Trump? Nothing was wrong with Trump. He did what he wanted to do. He said he's going to do this, that, and everything else, and he followed through with it. So I don't understand why the American people were against him. I don't understand that. Yeah, he could have been a little bit abrupt what he said on what he did. But he was a good president. I always thought. I'm like I say, I'm a Canadian. I can't say on anything. I don't want to get anybody upset or anything. But he was good. He was good for you. Good for the United States, like Reagan. That's the point. For whatever reason, that's the point we couldn't get across. Apparently, to millions of people. Again, of the supposed 80 million that voted for Joe Biden. How many really did? I'll give you another example of the direction we're heading. Kamala Harris, of course. You think she'd be good for the country? Lord help us. No. Yeah, she's closer to walking the walk and talking the talk of AOC and Bernie Sanders and the hard left. Or what do they try to call them these days? The progressive. She's progressive. Candace Owens, in recent days, it may have been a few months ago, but she made a statement. And I quote, "We need to stop calling them liberals and begin referring to them as exactly what they are. American communists that wish to partake in the destruction of Western civilization." Now, right out of that playbook, let me take you out to the state of not California, not Illinois, not New York, but Nevada. Had you heard what transpired this past weekend? Not long after Judith Whitmer won her election Saturday to become chair of the Nevada Democrat Party, she got an email from the party's executive director, Alana Mounts. The message from Mounts began with the note congratulating her before she got immediately to the main point of the email. She was quitting. So was every other employee. And so were all the consultants and the staff. They will be taking severance checks with them. Thank you very much. On March the 6th, the coalition of progressive, there's that magical word, they call them progressive Democrats or progressive candidates, backed by the local chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, took over the leadership of the Nevada Democrat Party, sweeping all 5 party leadership positions in a contested election that evening. Whitmer, who had been chair of the Clark County Democrat Party, was elected chair. Now, the establishment had prepared for the loss, having recently moved $450,000 out of the party's coffers and into the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee's account. They're going to put that money toward the 2022 reelection of Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, who is considered to be a vulnerable first-term Democrat. But the idea that, even Democrats seem that the Democrat Socialist Party has taken over in the state of Nevada. The battle between the insurgent progressive wing of the party, what's known in Nevada as the Reid Machine, the tightly run operation still guided by, remember, a good old former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, started about 5 years ago when Bernie Sanders, the devout socialist, Bernie Sanders, organized support for his 2016 presidential primary run while Reid was working behind the scenes to help his opponent, Hillary Clinton. Over the next 4 years, outside organizations like the Democrat Socialists of America exploded in size and strength. The Sanders campaign focused on organizing tens of thousands of young Latino voters. The goal was activating people who the party, the Democrat Party, hadn't bothered with before, and it worked. In the 2020 cycle, after investing heavily in Nevada, Sanders won a commanding victory in the Nevada caucus, remember. When the Sanders campaign ended, the organizers behind it were ready to take their project to the next level. Progressive groups like the Clark County Left Caucus, of which Whitmer was chair, the local Democrat Socialist of America chapters, had been organizing for Sanders in the state of Nevada since 2019. They used all that momentum at the state level. State level delegates they were picking up during the caucuses as they continued to activate progressive pockets in the state, focusing on local offices. You know what the socialists are doing in this country right now is something I recall many others, including my father, over the years, many times saying, you've got to start at the local level. You can't start by running a true conservative for president. You can't just throw someone out there. You've got to start at the local level. City council, moving up to a mayor, then maybe a governor. You've got to incrementally work that party, starting with the grassroots. To some extent, that's where the Tea Party was beginning. But they've kind of faltered, and I guess for all practical purposes, they've faded away. But apparently the Democrat Socialists of America got that message, and that's where they're at right now. That's out of the state of Nevada. Can't help but wonder, is that the blueprint for other states all around the country? Is that why we're seeing this more and more leaning towards accepting or actually endorsing socialism in this country? The younger generations are embracing the AOC and the socialism mentality. If that trend continues, we're lost. We will be headed down the path of Venezuela in very short order. Meanwhile, we mentioned Joe Biden, and all right, is he fit to be president? Is he physically or mentally fit for the job right now? The latest numbers from the Rasmussen report, it is an alarming finding that half the country does not believe Joe is physically or mentally fit. I mean, failing to remember the name of his defense secretary. If you missed that, this is just on Monday of this week, the latest event, where Joe was speaking and he called his defense secretary, the guy that runs that outfit over there. You know the thing. You know the guy that runs that defense department over there. The 2-question survey from Rasmussen asked, number one, how concerned are you that President Biden has not held a press conference? Number two, how confident are you that Joe Biden is physically and mentally up to the job of being president of the United States? Well, the two might be related, but the responses were as well. 50% of likely voters lacked confidence in his fitness for office. 52% of likely voters were concerned that he has yet to hold a press conference. 32% very concerned. I mean, we're more than 6 weeks since the inauguration. He still has not held his first White House press conference, and half the voters are concerned about his ability to actually do the job of president. He's constantly stumbling, even when reading a teleprompter. Back on the campaign trail and in these early days and weeks of the presidency. What was his statement? And I want to thank the former general. I keep calling him general, but the guy who runs that outfit over there. Who the hell am I talking about? Now, he had actually even used the name Secretary Austin earlier in that same event. But he was reading from the teleprompter at that point in time, and just a matter of minutes later, he could not recall the guy's name. It's kind of concerning. All right, we'll get a news break in here. 29 before the hour. Lines available at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Alaska has become the first state to offer COVID vaccinations to all eligible residents. Governor Mike Dunleavy announced Tuesday that any individual living or working in Alaska over the age of 16 can get the shot. According to the CDC, Alaska has administered more shots per 100,000 people than any state in the union. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has approved extending the security deployment of the National Guard, meaning troops will be providing security for the Capitol until May 23rd. About 2,300 troops will remain at the Capitol building, down from current levels around 5,000 troops. In a statement, the Defense Department says it approved the request to extend the deployment because of continued threats against the Capitol and its personnel. And another woman has come forward with accusations against New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The Albany Times-Union reporting that the woman is accusing the governor of touching her inappropriately last year at the governor's mansion after being called there for work. Cuomo now faces accusations of sexual harassment from 6 women, 5 of them who worked for him at the time of the alleged harassment. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for senior care for your mom or dad but don't know where to start? Hi, I'm Joan London with The Place for Mom. Nobody knows your parent or loved one better than you, and nobody knows senior living better than the experts at A Place for Mom. They've helped thousands of families find the right place for their mom or dad.
I was so glad that I called A Place for Mom. My advisor really listened and was truly my partner in finding senior care for my dad. She went out of her way to get to know him as a person and was always there whenever I had a question.
The senior living advisors at A Place for Mom partner with thousands of families every month, listening and offering local knowledge and advice to help find the best senior living communities across the country. And it's a free service. Here's the number.
Call A Place for Mom at 1-800-370-2715.
There's a place for answers, a place for mom. Call today.
Call A Place for Mom at 1-800-370-2715. That's 1-800-370-2715.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Lines available at 844-3388. That would be the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Now, every time I pull up a new story, it's like, okay, here's another. Where does it end? Oh, we've just gone bat crap crazy in America. It's the cancel culture. It's political correctness everywhere you turn. This time the story actually out of London, where the consumer goods conglomerate we're all familiar with, Unilever, announcing this past day they will no longer use the word normal to advertise and package their beauty and personal care products. And they will ban photoshopping of models. This is part of their new inclusivity policy. We have to be all inclusive. Unilever, they own skincare brands. So you're familiar with Dove, Simple, hair care brands, Tresemme, TG. The word normal will be removed from packaging of at least 200 different products within a year's time. They also said they'll increase the number of advertisements featuring people from diverse groups. They will not digitally alter a person's body shape, size, proportion, or skin color for brand advertising. Many skincare and hair products use phrases such as for normal skin or for normal hair. Using the word normal makes most people feel excluded. I don't know what is normal. Sonny Jane, who leads Unilever's Beauty and Personal Care Division, says we want to tackle these harmful norms and stereotypes and shape a far more inclusive definition of beauty. We know that removing normal from our products and packaging, it's not going to fix the problem, but it's a step forward, she says. They renamed they have some sort of a skin lightening product that's very popular in India last year. It was called Fair and Lovely. They renamed it Glow and Lovely. There was apparently anger from consumers who said they were perpetuating negative stereotypes about darker skin tones. Okay, so from there, what else on the list? We get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Did get a kind of a sneak peek at the Tesla semi-truck. Apparently they got a drone over the test facility, the track in California, the test track in California, that kind of leaves you wondering just when will Tesla's semi actually be released? It was less than 2 months ago, we touched on it at the time, Elon Musk announced that the production of the Tesla electric semi is on hold. They're having logistical issues in battery cell production. Since that point in time, the semi prototype has been given a bit of a redesign. It's been spotted in several occasions on trailers being moved from one place to the other, and it's been seen driving itself along California highways. Not much of anything's been said about a solution for the battery issue, though. While Elon Musk did mention the potential for a 500 kilowatt-hour battery pack on a recent podcast with Joe Rogan, which would yield enough power for a 300-mile range semi-truck, even that battery has not yet gone into production. They say aside from battery production, it's not clear where they intend to manufacture the actual rig. Some of the rumors talking about the Gigafactory in Austin, Texas. They've got a Gigafactory in Nevada. We don't have any real concrete answers about the release of the Tesla semi-truck. Well, at least with the video, the footage that they've shared, it's kind of fun to spy on the test track in Fremont, California. Of course, I can't show you the video footage via radio. Otherwise, I would, but that's the way it works here. Let's see here. Let's get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Eagle, second offender, second time. Morning, yeah. Eagle. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to talk about something else that I thought about, and this is for the truck drivers that come down to Texas, where I live at, that go down close to the border, down by Brownsville or El Paso or Laredo, Texas. I'll give you some, since we having this border surge with people, if you go into a truck stop, make sure that you leave your doors locked up in your truck. Don't leave the cab of your truck open. Anybody can jump in your truck, one of these illegal people or a smuggler, and drive off out in your truck, take off, and you never see your truck again. Okay, another thing that you want to make sure is that if you have a trailer, if you have an empty trailer, you may put a padlock on your trailer, even if you don't have nothing in there, just until you get to the place where you're getting loaded, because anybody can hop into the back of your trailer and take a free ride on up to San Antonio, Texas, or wherever you headed to, because they will do it. Like I said, I put a padlock on my trailer, and so nobody can't hop in the back of the thing. Also, check the cab of your truck. Check the outside of your truck for drugs. These people have been known to place drugs on vehicles, Steve, underneath trailers and underneath the frame of a car. These people are desperate. They get the drugs and get these people into the U.S. A lot of money to be made for these people, and they desperate at this point. And so, like I say, if you're going down south, close to the border, take truck drivers ahead that way. You just have to keep a vigilant eye out. And another thing they need to do, Steve, is don't pick up no hitchhikers. If you see a group of individuals walking down the road and they trying to get a ride, don't pull over. Don't try to stop. These people are more than likely. When I was in El Paso last week, I drove by some people that that looked like they were illegals and walking down the side of the interstate, and the border patrol guy came and picked them up. So don't pick up no what do you call it? I just said, and I forgot the name already.
No
don't pick up no hitchhikers if you see. What'd you say?
No, don't be picking up. I think in this day and age, it's not a good idea to pick someone up hitchhiking anywhere, and you want to leave your doors locked anywhere you go in this country these days.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about, when you're down south of the border, close to the border, and, whether you're in California, New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, all these states are close to the border, and you might encounter some people that are here illegally, and if you're on anywhere close to the border at this point in time, because things are totally out of control right now. So, hopefully they can get the situation. You know something, Steve? This guy, the Democrats and Biden at this point, they trying to get rid of the ICE program. It wouldn't shock me. And these guys are so out of line right now. It wouldn't surprise me if Joe Biden and his administration tried to do away with the Border Patrol at this point, that they try to defund that so they can allow even more people. I don't put nothing past these guys. It wouldn't shock me if they defunded the Border Patrol. That's how stupid these people are. So, like I said, like one guy called in. I appreciate what he had to say. That guy's a very smart caller. The guy who called in earlier, I forgot what his name was, but he had a lot of good things to say. And then, one other thing, Steve. Good old Oprah Winfrey. She had to go interview. She tried to act like she was shocked. When the so-called this Marco girl told her that somebody was concerned about the color of her baby, she tried to look like she had such a shocked look on her face. She already knew the questions and all the answers to the question before she asked this woman this. This is nothing but a scam. She doesn't even get along with her own father. She's disengaged from her father, this Merkel girl. Her and her father have no relationship whatsoever. And I believe that the Queen, they did nothing to this woman. she apparently has suicidal tendencies because she said she considered suicide because somebody asked her a question about the baby's race. So this woman here, she has other problems, I believe, and I think that the Queen and the people, the royal family, I think that's the least of her problems at this point. I think she's more of her problem than anything. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, thanks for checking back in, Eagle. Yeah, good advice there on the southern border. Yeah, the numbers. You keep in mind there are thousands that are crossing the bridge and actually, saying amnesty or whatever the term they're using, and just doing some paperwork and getting released. But there's many thousands of others. While the Border Patrol is so overwhelmed, there are thousands of others that are still doing it the old-fashioned way, sneaking across the border, whether there's no fence there or scaling the fence or the wall in places where they exist, and to just trying to make their way into the heartland of the country undetected. And I would venture as busy as the Border Patrol is, as overwhelmed as they are, the numbers are probably off the charts. Those that are sneaking across the line and getting through undetected. Get back to the calls here. Let me see. Would that be Sue?
Suitcase.
Well, what's going on, Suitcase?
Oh, not much. I'm retired truck driver. How come the screen is all green all the time?
Oh, we've got it's kind of like it's kind of the colors of the Hot Shot Secret. It's kind of like their background is the green color.
Looks like you're in a Wizard of Oz or something.
How about we make it like red?
Anyhow, okay.
How about red? We'll try that here. I can change it all kind of different colors. We can go green, red, blue. We can go orange.
Really?
Yeah. A little blue
look
tint
at that.
there. Yes. You see, I like that.
Well, get the dancing girls, right?
Yeah, right. We can make them flicker, too. We can make them like strobe lights.
I'm up here in Michigan, a little bit west of Detroit. I retired a couple of years ago, and I've been listening to your dad and everybody for years and years, and I remember when, I don't know, you probably remember this, but the reason why the speed limit in Indiana went from 55 to 60 was because of your dad. They did the convoys. I was in those convoys all the time. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, they were doing the boycott of Indiana. Yeah, if you're rolling east or west, roll through the whole damn state. Don't stop. Don't buy nothing.
Right.
Don't get no fuel. And it was having a big impact.
Stopped at the borders, and we go across I-70 and everything. Either way, and the trucks would line up, or I-65 too, I guess. I don't know. It was just funny as a crap. And then, anyhow, somebody in Indianapolis decided, well, enough of this. And then they raised the speed limit to 60, and they cut the fuel tax or something like that. But that was thanks to your dad. Well, anyhow, I got a little funny story here. This truck driver comes into this town and he picks up a hitchhiker. And they come into town, they blow through a red light, and the guy hammers down a truck driver. And the hitchhiker says, "What are you doing?" And the truck driver says, "Hey," he says, "don't worry about it." He says, "My brother, he's a truck driver. He does this all the time." And they come up to the next intersection, and there's another red light. And he floors it, and he goes right through that red light again. And hitchhiker says, "You must be insane. Stop it," And the guy says, "Don't worry about it." He says, "My brother does this all the time." Well, anyhow, they come up to the next light, and it's a green light. And the truck driver stops, and hitchhiker says, "Well, why don't you go through that?" And he says, I better not." He said, "My brother might be coming."
That's a good one.
Okay, Steve.
All right. Thank you so much, Suitcase. All right. Have a good morning.
All right, we'll talk to you again.
Thanks for
Bye.
checking in. You got it. There you go. Old suitcase. He's a newbie. It's 9 before the hour. Yeah, I see. Yeah, well, what kind of hue do you like? Hey, those are kind of a bluish color. It changes the tone of the room. Yeah, with the whole red, I think that kind of looks more like running a brothel or something, you know? Let me see here. Under some of the industry headlines, let me start with, looks like, this is actually going to be his last day there. He being John Osborne's skipper of the Spirit of the American Trucker, Oweida's tour trailer. Been in Shreveport the last couple of days. He's there through the day today. Exit 50 from I-20. I'm sorry, it's Highway 50. The exit from I-20, that's exit number 8. 218 parking spots for tractor trailers. This would be the Petro there in Shreveport. The good news, the Country Pride sit-down restaurant is actually open. Skipper of the Spirit, especially because the Iron Skillet at his last stop was closed in Terrell, Texas. But he's always got to get into feedback what's on people's mind out there in the trucking industry. Diesel prices maintaining their rising trajectory. Everyone's noticing, everyone's commenting, he says. For the first time since Hurricane Harvey in 2017, Texas has had to truck in fuel from other states. That was a report from Bloomberg earlier this week. Watching diesel prices go up a nickel or a dime overnight, that's one thing. Problems at the refineries in Texas make that kind of understandable. However, why the price for diesel exhaust fluid is also going up kind of confounds him. I mean, your DEF fluid is made up of urea and water. Hey, mud bug madness. Let's see. The Spirit is stopping in Shreveport a little too early to check out the Mud Bug Madness Festival in downtown Shreveport, which is coming up later in May. But there'll be plenty of Cajun music, plenty of Cajun food. Last year's big fundraising event, which is traditionally scheduled for Memorial Day weekend, was canceled due to the COVID. So I guess the Mud Bug Madness will be back up and running, a live event for this coming year. All right, we get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. And would this be Katie? I believe it says. Hello, Katie.
Hello, how are you?
Doing well. What's happening?
Interstate 70 in Illinois, between the 113 and the 119, a massive accident, and they're routing everybody off. I didn't happen to see the mile marker, but it does not look very good.
Are you talking like numerous trucks, or just cars, or cars and
several
trucks?
Yeah, from what I could see, it's several trucks. And then from where it stopped, there's other trucks that ran into the ditches to avoid hitting somebody. I mean, it does not look very good.
Wow.
Like I said, they're rerouting everybody. They've got 70 closed and detouring everybody off of it, eastbound.
Okay. So on the eastbound side,
that's all I know.
And you said that's between the 113 and 118, somewhere in there? You said between the 113 and 118?
113 and the 119, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I didn't know if anybody had called in yet or not, but I came up on it. Okay. And like I said, it does not look good.
All right, well, thanks for the heads up there. Drivers, be aware. You're going to be getting off the interstate. I guess they'll have the detour laid out for you. If we can get more details. No, thank you so much for the call, Katie, because no, we had not heard. No one's called in about that yet, so we appreciate you doing that. That's what we're here for. All right, let's see. We'll get back to the calls here just ahead. Got several lines open at 844-844-3388. Yeah, this guy was talking about Speedy Gonzalez. And today, the New York Times now calling for Warner Brothers to eliminate Speedy Gonzalez. You know, one of our favorites growing up. So, Speedy, Mr. Potato Head, Mr. Bean, the My Pillow guy, Tucker Carlson, Goya Foods. Of course, we know Dr. Seuss, Dumbo. And the list goes on and on and on. I can't help but wonder who's next, he says. This is cultural Marxism, folks. Cultural Marxism, plain and simple, as he sees it. Yeah, I think you are correct on that. All right, James chimes in here via email. By the way, email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Said, good morning. Just wanted to let you know the app's working great so far this morning. Music hasn't played over any news or callers. Just wanted to pass that on. Have a great day. All right, I'm glad to hear that. We had one other. There we go. 108,000 illegals flood the U.S. border in 4 weeks' time. The numbers reported by, actually, believe it or not, CNN, reveal the biblical scale of the Biden-induced mass migration headed to the U.S. border. 100,000 plus arrests and apprehensions in the past 4 weeks. This marks the highest level in half a decade. This, as the Biden regime maintains, there's no crisis. There's no crisis on the southern border. While the president and his officials have been encouraging massive movements of people, many arriving at the border, even, I thought this was a joke at first, but apparently it's true. They're arriving at the border wearing Biden T-shirts. Where are they getting their Biden T-shirts there? The surge adds to a growing sense of emergency for the new administration. Yes, they try to unwind the Trump administration's policies. One Homeland Security official tells CNN February was unprecedented compared to the last 5 years. Single adults make up the biggest portion of apprehensions. The percentage of families and children jumped last month. Since last April, Customs and Border Protection has seen an increase in border encounters from the Western Hemisphere as they continue with the worsening economic conditions due to the pandemic and natural disasters in that region of the world. It's not just Central Americans, it's not just Mexicans. And I'm looking at some of the photos of, the Biden T-shirts. Let us in. Who the hell's passing out the Biden T-shirts? Can't make it up. All right, I'm going to pull up and I'm going to share a few of these Biden-branded T-shirts that they're coming into the country with. All right, we're at the top of the hour. We'll get back to your calls just ahead here. Several lines available at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The House is expected to vote on a $1.9 trillion COVID relief package on Wednesday. The bill passed a procedural hurdle Tuesday evening, clearing the way for its anticipated passage. President Biden says he'll sign the bill as soon as he gets it. He had pushed lawmakers to pass the bill before March 14th, when federal unemployment benefits would expire. Senator Joe Manchin says the changes that the Senate made to the bill last week came with input from Republicans, despite not a single GOP senator voting for the measure. The West Virginia Democrat told Fox News that he understands his colleagues' hesitancy over the bill's price tag, but adds that the bill will help people in his state.
The bill at the end at 1.9 was more than what they could go. I I understand that and respect that. But it was a bill that, in my state, helped so many people in so many different ways. And at the end, when we were able to make a few adjustments here and there, it was a bill that I could support.
This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. Hey, we are headed towards St. Patrick's Day, Luck of the Irish. And I want to give a great shout out to one of the greatest coaches of all time, Lou Holtz, who gave me his permission to use his name and his likeness when I used to be in the banking world. But you don't need luck this year to get healthy. You don't need luck to lose your fat. You don't need luck to get off all those medications. No, all you need is to use those hands and log on to EnergizeHealth.com or call us at 888-444-8895. Friends, you've heard Wayne talk about his amazing transformation, and you know Wayne is a crusader of truth and only speaks the truth. He would not be endorsing this protocol if it hadn't changed his life. You need to log on just to see that. So log on today to EnergizeHealth.com or call us at 888-444-8895.
A record number of migrant children are being held on the southern border, according to the Border Patrol. More than 3,200 children were being held in facilities intended to temporarily hold adults, as an influx of unaccompanied minors has overwhelmed facilities on the border in recent weeks. Representative Henry Cuellar says that migrants are receiving multiple messages about coming to the United States. The Texas Democrat tells Fox News most are not listening to the calls from the White House to wait to try to come to the U.S.
You have what I call the Family Friends Network. They're saying, hey, guess what? We're able to get in. Why don't you go ahead and follow us? The third message is from the criminal organizations. They're saying, hey, look, come in and we can get you through. We're getting people in. 3 messages. And which one do you think they're listening to? They're listening to the Family Friends Network. They're listening to the criminal organizations network. Messaging. That is what's working. And therefore, the faster we process people, the more it feeds into the system, and the pipeline is going to continue getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Drug maker Merck said earlier this week that it's seeing early success with a new oral drug to treat coronavirus-positive patients. Early data on the drug, called molnupiravir, showed it may be effective in reducing the amount of virus in patients. The company says that it expects to have more extensive data later this month. Dr. Anthony Fauci told CNBC about the need for an oral viral treatment like this.
We need the same sort of thing that we have with HIV and that we have with hepatitis C. We need an oral drug that potently could suppress the virus. I believe strongly that we will get there. The question is how quickly we'll get there.
Teachers in Los Angeles are being warned not to share pictures of their vacations on social media. Tim Berg has the story from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
Los Angeles Top Teachers Union is reportedly asking its members not to post vacation photos on social media. Fox 11 reporting a private Union Teachers Los Angeles Facebook group made the post on Monday. It told teachers to keep photos of their spring break trips private because it would hurt the union's argument that it's not safe at this point to return to the classroom. Last Friday, 91% of UTLA members voted to reject the plan to return to the classroom, arguing a list of demands for safety hasn't been met. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back on a Wednesday. Good to have you with us. I can almost tell by the numbers. Folks listening in via the app, it must be working better. Maybe they're on to something. Let's hope it stays that way, right? Yeah, much better numbers tonight. Okay, traveler's weather. What do we see here? Changes on the horizon. I did kind of do a refresh on the radio during the on the radar rather, during the break there. And we are indeed seeing the beginning of some of those showers, some thunder showers that are going to be breaking out in parts of the country, central portions of the country, as we progress through the day here Wednesday. Let's start there in Iowa. You're seeing some fairly decent storms in northwestern and west central portions of Iowa, extending back into eastern Nebraska. Most of the action in Nebraska is kind of northeast of Grand Isle, and you get a little line up there into northwestern Iowa. More spotty shower activity in southern Iowa and northern portions of Missouri. And beginning to see that transition to the frozen precipitation central and southwestern South Dakota. You had rain mixed in several hours ago. It's snow. It's coming down pretty good south of Rapid City here in South Dakota. More snow down towards Cheyenne, Wyoming. Still snow between Casper and Cody, back toward east of Jackson, Wyoming this morning. Today, moisture is going to begin streaming northward in advance of that cold front, which you can pretty well see where the cold front is based on the snow back in South Dakota and western portions of Nebraska versus rain in eastern portions of the state. Thunderstorms likely to develop with that front well to the northwest of the area, where thunderstorms are expected to develop. Much of the day will be dry until late afternoon. By later this afternoon and into the evening, say from Kansas City, Missouri to Wichita, Kansas, you'll be at risk for thunderstorms. Traveling along I-35 or I-70, don't let your guard down. Even though most of the day will be free from thunderstorms, these storms are going to develop quickly once they get going. The biggest threat will be large hail and damaging winds, according to AccuWeather. By the time we get into Thursday, that front kind of stalls out, and an area of low pressure forms along that front, and that front then serves as the pathway for these storms to travel along. Since the front's not going to be moving very much, some areas will be at risk for multiple rounds of showers and thunderstorms, to where we're looking for repeated downpours portions of the south central plains to the Mississippi and the Ohio valleys, greatly increasing the risk of flash flooding as we head toward the latter portions of the week and into the weekend. Now, even though March has been pretty dry, some of those same areas had been inundated with very heavy rain at the end of February. Now, they don't really need the rain. Some rivers already running above flood stage in that corridor, and this is just going to trigger more flooding, more river flooding even elsewhere. In total, some of the hardest hit locales may pick up half a foot of rain. We could be looking at storm max totals approaching 11 inches in some of the hardest hit areas. Some of the hardest hit areas of central and eastern Kentucky will escape the heavy rains this time. Heavy rain's going to fall over portions of the Mississippi River watershed, and some of the flood waters from the heavy rain in Kentucky that have worked their way through the lower portion of the Ohio River, which then feeds into the Mississippi, away from the rivers. Still got to exercise caution. You'll certainly experience some slowdowns on some of our major highways in these torrential downpours. By late this week and over the weekend, severe weather once again may be becoming a threat, along with the continued risk of flooding. So we've got one storm system now, which technically is going to be the less potent of the two storm systems. That weekend storm is supposed to be a doozy. That's the one that's going to bring maybe a couple of feet of snow to the Denver area. Don't put those snow shovels away just yet. Of course, people in Denver know that. March is pretty much, technically the snowiest month in Denver, as odd as that may seem. Yes, Horse Feathers.
Oh, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, we were talking to maybe the smartest man on the earth there a few days ago, Doc Holliday.
Yes.
Who was talking about he might know who the second smartest man in the world might be, that Elon Musk there. And we got talking about his vehicles and stuff. I think I got a way to help him out a little bit. Remember how he was talking about having the generators on the wheels to generate enough, generate electricity. And then I said, well, maybe we should put some solar panels on. And well, we've been talking about these wind turbines. What would happen if you put like little 6 or 12-inch fans on the tops of the vehicles? So when the vehicles are going down the road, it'd turn these little fans and they all could have their own little generator. And then that would increase the power. Do you think you could put enough things on the outside of the vehicle, including the wheels to generate power and solar panels and fans? Do you think we could put enough things on there to actually maybe get to the point of creating perpetual motion?
I don't know how big of a turbine you'd need to generate enough power for perpetual motion. I'm sure someone's thought of that in the past, though. Surely you couldn't be the first.
Well, I was just thinking, because, like a tractor trailer, like a van there, 53-foot van trailer, if you lined up little fans on the top of the trailer so the air kept going through from one to the next, to the next, to the next, from the front to the back, and they were like 6 inches in diameter or 12 inches in diameter, they wouldn't have a big fan to turn, but the air would continually flow through them, and
sure,
and maybe that would help, for the generation in that. But anyways, hey, it's just something else for Doc to start working on there. I'm trying to help him out there on that patent that he has, and maybe he can add that to it, because I think the person that's probably the second smartest man in the world there, that Elon Musk, I think his smartness comes from surrounding himself with other smart people there, so he doesn't have to quite be the smartest man in the world, but if he has a lot of smart people around him, he can take all their ideas and put them together and use them all for his own there to make more money with all the money he already has.
Well, the bigger question now is, did you get your check for $1,995 in the mail to him there for his previous opportunity?
I got to get a new refill for my pen. I got one of them pens that, when the ink runs out and the refill, you got to get down to the Staples store to get a new refill for it. So I'm getting there. I got to get down there to do that yet. But after I do that, I'll be right on that there.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, you're talking about all this royal stuff going on there and that. I hate to say it, but what did anybody expect to happen when somebody that wasn't of English blood married into an English family? That's kind of been a tight, close family, and I hate to say it, but the facts are that if I'd gone to marry somebody like Markle, Meghan Markle there. My grandmother would have had quite the issue with that. She was born in 1905, and there was something about the type of person that the type of girl you were going to marry, and Meghan Markle would not have fit in that criteria that I would have been held to do if I wanted to stay part of my own family. So, I don't know. I can see where the Queen might have had an issue with that, but I don't know. What you saw, she seemed pretty open on TV about it, but you don't know what goes on behind closed doors. But anyways, it's just the whole point, I believe, of you're bringing an American person in to join into the English royal family is not really the thing to do. There's kind of that's the whole point of the monarchy, and that is a hierarchy. And
they've got their royal blood.
Told
they've got their royal bloodline.
Yep, and who they want to add to it, and not add to it. So yeah. So, but anyways, that was kind of the couple things I had there for you. So, but anyways, yeah, I don't know. It's just, we'll have to look into them little fans there, because they got them things on the sides. They put them air tabs on the side of trucks, but I didn't know if they could put them fans on them there. And we'll have to look into that a little more there. Maybe Doc Holliday really needs to investigate that feature there. See what
I'm
we
sure he'll get right on it. And that'd be so cute rolling down the highway. I mean, the kids would love that. Look at all them little fans on the side of that truck. All right, 17 past the hour. And what else on the list? All right, so they tell us Daytona Beach. I guess it's going to be getting busy. They're anticipating more than 300,000 people for the rally that's underway and ongoing through the coming weekend. As Florida's 7-day average of new infections of COVID continue to fall. Yeah, Bike Week technically started last Friday on the Atlantic coast. It's a 10-day festival. Concerts, races, bike shows, and it runs through Sunday. This final weekend is typically the big party. Visitors have already been enjoying the party atmosphere. Main Street is a crazy party. According to Lucas Martino, Martino's scheduled to compete in the Supercross race event there. I've only missed 2 bike weeks since 1982, says another, Bob Dugan. Bike Week, by the way, is celebrating its 80th year. So I guess that's a contributor as well. A big anniversary. Typically in the past, attendance would be estimated 400,000 to 500,000 for the 10 days over the entire area. This year, we know because of the COVID concerns and the loss of income many have had over the past year, it will be less. A reasonable estimate would be around 300,000. That's still big numbers. All right, we know the hotels are doing well with strong occupancy numbers. The Daytona Beach City Council considered canceling Bike Week, but they were very meticulous in their decision to move Florida. Of course, the state of Florida does not have the statewide facial covering requirement. And while several large municipalities do, they're banned from enforcing it with fines or other penalties due to an executive order from the Governor DeSantis there. Daytona Beach is asking residents and visitors to wear masks indoors. They have posted more signs urging wearing the masks. They've actually created motorcycle-only zones in order to limit the pedestrian traffic. But for those in attendance, they say, I've spent some time on Main Street over the past week. I don't see many people wearing masks. The vast majority in the crowd are not wearing masks. And WESH News reported that Main Street is, the word they used was packed. Packed on Main Street. It's a lot of fun, though. Different people on their bikes. Hey, so yes, and of course we touched earlier on that if you want to frequent the Loves there in Daytona, right next door to the Harley Davidson stop, truck parking, I think, is limited to just a few hours daytime, no overnight parking. They really want you to, if you need to fuel up, fuel and go kind of thing. Just get in, get out, and the restrictions on where you can get back on the interstate and whatnot. Got police directing all that traffic for you there. All right, and our number 844-844-3388, and there's, good morning, Knucklebuster.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. You know, out there in Colorado, you have to have change on your truck from September the 1st to May 31st the following year. That's every year. You get $500 to $1,000 fine out there for not having change on your truck. That wreck up there in Illinois, I can see the headlines now. They were following too close, going too fast for road conditions there, right?
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, Eagle broke my heart that I couldn't pick up one of them scantily clad senoritas down there in South Texas. So, I mean, Mama Knucklebuster get on to me if I done that. I read where COVID and Viagra have a connection with each other, and it's more than just Pfizer there. See?
Yeah.
This guy, he got a blood clot and got it for 3 hours. So that's crazy. Well, Kamala Harris, she's already president. See, she's talking to all the other world leaders. Oh, Joe Biden, he just, I don't know what he's doing up there. And I read the National Guard, they're trying to make them permanent up there at the Capitol.
I saw that, in perpetuity, right? We're going to keep them there forever. We're going to have a police state around our nation's capital.
Yep, that'll be about right. And for all them people got an iPhone, go to your browser, type in there Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Radio.com, and it'll pull up the web page. Put that on your home screen. That's how I listen to you. I don't have to have the screen lit up. I can kill the screen, and you just keep hearing Steve Sommers talking. And all the other people that call in, that give the baloney there, right? And them rich, inbred rednecks that live on the other side of the pond, I can care less. Doesn't bother me one bit. And did you read where Tom Brady gave a big shout out to his niece, Maya Brady? Her UCLA softball team. Yeah, her UCLA softball team won 14-0 over San Jose State. I bet he's real proud of that girl, right?
I bet.
Yeah. Now, my brother's father-in-law, he passed away this past week, Steve. And I'll just call him Bubba, just for name's sake. But anyway, he owned a liquor store. And this is a true story. Well, guy come in, he had one of them plexiglass windows, and he got dementia right before he passed away. Got it pretty bad. And one guy come in there to rob him and pulled a knife on him. So Bubba just reached under the counter and got his gun out. Well, the guy decided to run and leave, so he did. But that wasn't good enough for Bubba. Bubba chased him out into the parking lot in the dark and just fired a shot haphazardly. It's a good thing he only winged him a little bit. He didn't kill him there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bubba was a character.
Oh, he was.
And that's all of my baloney for the... Yep.
All right. Well, thank you much. Thank you much, Knucklebuster. And thanks for the stories you've been sharing with me. I had that one up on the screen about Kamala. Yeah, more and more being presidential, I guess would be the word. Or at least doing the duties of the president. And, well, it was yesterday. The latest is Kamala Harris, another call with a foreign leader this past day. No Joe Biden on the line. Harris spoke with the Prime Minister of Norway, Erna Solberg, where Kamala affirmed her commitment to deepening the strong alliance between Norway and the United States. The vice president thanking the prime minister of Norway's close security partnership with the U.S. and generous contributions to development and health security efforts around the globe, according to the actual readout of the call. So she's now taking calls alone. Yeah, the vice president has spoke to the French President Macron, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, shortly after the president put in a call to the French and Canadian leaders himself. But her solo calls with world leaders is signaling she is engaged deeply in foreign policy, which she really has zero experience in. Her experience has been pretty much entirely in domestic realm. Leaders around the world may view the vice president as heir apparent. Maybe they're eager to build a relationship. She's going to be seen by everyone as president in waiting, according to one European ambassador last month. Yet much more than any previous presidencies. She also participated in the first bilateral meeting of the new administration between the U.S. and Canada, the opportunity not afforded to Biden during his time as vice president. Now, under President Trump, Vice President Mike Pence occasionally spoke with foreign leaders by phone, but the president preferred to do that himself. During his final year in office, Pence took no calls with foreign leaders. Going back to 2019, he did speak with Trudeau, as well as the presidents of Ukraine and Colombia. In 2018, he spoke with Iraq's prime minister and the president of Colombia for the first time. And in 2017, he spoke with the presidents of Argentina and Australia. But during Obama's administration, Biden served as the president's frequent ambassador abroad, to which he had had decades of experience. Chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, traveled to over 50 countries throughout the Obama administration. But prior to that, before him, Dick Cheney is credited with shaping President George W.'s foreign policy priorities. Now, they tell us Friday, Biden is expected, he's slated to meet virtually with members of what they call the Quad, leaders from Australia, Japan, and India. This will be his first multilateral conversation as president. To which you gotta think, how's that gonna go? You got Joe Biden on the line with three other world leaders, Australia, Japan, and India. Yeah, who's going to be whispering in his ear? No, that's not his name. No, Australia's leader is this guy or that guy. Oh, it's like the story we shared earlier. If it would be funny if it wasn't so sad, but it's true. All right, we'll get back to your calls here just ahead. You'd like to jump on board? Lines available at 844-844-3388. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Alaska has become the first state to offer COVID vaccinations to all eligible residents. Governor Mike Dunleavy announced Tuesday that any individual living or working in Alaska over the age of 16 can get the shot. According to the CDC, Alaska has administered more shots per 100,000 people than any state in the Union. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has approved extending the security deployment of the National Guard, meaning troops will be providing security for the Capitol until May 23rd. About 2,300 troops will remain at the Capitol building, down from current levels around 5,000 troops. In a statement, the Defense Department says it approved the request to extend the deployment because of continued threats against the Capitol and its personnel. And another woman has come forward with accusations against New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The Albany Times-Union reporting that the woman is accusing the governor of touching her inappropriately last year at the governor's mansion after being called there for work. Cuomo now faces accusations of sexual harassment from 6 women, 5 of them who worked for him at the time of the alleged harassment. This is USA Radio News.
Have you written a book? You can become a published author with Dorrance Publishing, the nation's oldest publishing services company. Countless authors have trusted Dorrance for nearly 100 years to bring their book to the market. Our professional team will edit your text, design your book pages, and create an appealing, eye-catching custom cover. Plus, our authors benefit from a custom book promotion marketing campaign that makes your book available where people buy books, like Amazon and brick-and-mortar bookstores. So make this free call right now to claim your free author's guide to publishing. Don't wait another day. Take one step closer to realizing your dream of becoming a published author and seeing your name in print. You've already written a book, so the next thing to do is make this free call right now to Dorrance Publishing and get your free guide to publishing. Call right now.
800-809-5189. 800-809-5189. That's 800-809-5189.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Trying to remember who was it that used to call the program, and he'd always say, you know what burns my biscuits? Who was that? Haven't heard from him in a long time. I think he ended up moving to like a solar power daytime driver. Didn't get to listen to the program much, but you know what should burn your biscuits? Mentioned on Monday morning that as I tuned into some of the vote fest over the weekend as they debated the COVID-19 $1.9 trillion bill. And one Republican after another proposing amendments to the bill, which they felt, and I think rightfully so, made perfect sense, but were denied over and over and over with a 50-49 vote. We had the one Republican senator from Alaska that had gone home for a funeral of I think it was his father-in-law or something, but so they didn't even have the 50-50 split, so yeah, I guess Kamala didn't have to get called in for anything. She got a break from the whole deal. But one after another, down they go, 50-49. Some of those proposals, this is what should burn your biscuits. Democrats blocking an amendment that would have stopped our taxpayer-funded stimulus checks from going to illegal aliens or incarcerated criminals. You had Tom Cotton and Ted Cruz, as well as Bill Cassidy, that offered an amendment on the Senate floor to block prisoners from being able to receive stimulus checks, blocked 50-49. By now, we all know the bill includes $1,400 checks for individuals who make less than $75,000 a year. If you're a married couple, it's like $150,000. Inmates are included among those who receive stimulus checks, as they were in the previous relief bills. $1,200, $600 checks. Cotton responded by highlighting some of the heinous criminals locked up in our system who are going to be receiving money in the stimulus bill. Dylan Roof murdered 9 people. He's on death row. Hey, he gets a $1,400 stimulus check. Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, the Boston barber, he's going to get a $1,400 stimulus check. Aaron Shamo, sentenced to life in prison. He's the one that sold 1 million fentanyl-laced fake oxycodone pills to unsuspecting buyers. Who knows how many he killed with overdoses. Hey, he gets a $1,400 stimulus check. The 3 senators issued the following statements about Democrats blocking their amendment, to which Cassidy says prisoners do not pay taxes. Taxpayers pay for their every need. Inmates cannot stimulate the economy. But under this bill, they receive stimulus checks. This is a perfect example of non-targeted, inappropriate, total waste of spending. It's ridiculous that this is in the bill. Senator Cotton said COVID relief funding should go to hard-hit, law-abiding workers, not inmates serving their debt to society. Unfortunately, the Democrats would rather spend $2 billion on federal and state prisoners instead of American families. Yeah, you heard that. $2 billion of taxpayer money going to be going to prisoners. Ted Cruz, one of the clearest examples of how irresponsible this Democrats' bill is the fact that the bill prioritizes $1,400 relief payments to incarcerated felons, people who have not lost income because of COVID. That's not why they're in prison. The mismanaged priorities in this bill are detrimental to America, and I was proud to join my colleagues trying to close this egregious loophole. The Senate also voted 50-49 against an amendment from Cruz that would block $1,400 stimulus checks for going to undocumented immigrants. That would be illegals. Of course, we're not allowed to say that anymore. Cannot say illegal. 8 Democrats had voted for a similar amendment sponsored by Senators Todd Young of Indiana and Tom Cotton of Arkansas, another White House hopeful, earlier last month during a debate on the Senate budget resolution. But this is where the caucus, the Democrat caucus, stayed unified, even on legislation that they agreed with. But since I guess, if Chuck Schumer says no, you got to follow lockstep, stay in line. And every Democrat virtually all day did just that Saturday. They defeated every Republican amendment. Dick Durbin claimed illegals will not receive stimulus checks because they do not have Social Security numbers. Therefore, they don't qualify for stimulus relief checks. Cruz and Durbin got into it on the Senate floor, Durbin accusing Cruz of lying. Cruz then asked Durbin if Durbin would yield for a question, which Durbin refused to take. Top Republican Senate source says, hey, listen, Durbin is wrong. The Democrats' bill will give stimulus checks to migrants who come to the U.S. legally on an authorized work visa and then overstay their visa. They're here illegally. They are illegal aliens. However, while they're legally in the U.S. working, they do receive a Social Security number. The Social Security Administration states on their own website, non-citizens are able to apply for Social Security numbers. Really, that's been the case for many, many years. The debate goes back, how many years ago were we talking about? When it comes to the likes of, the IRS or whatever, the IRS's job is not to sort out or find people that are illegally in the country. Their job is solely to get money from them in the form of taxes. If you're gonna pay your taxes, they don't care if you use a legitimate Social Security number or a fake Social Security number. There have been many documented cases over the years of one Social Security number being used by dozens of people. We've all got the same number. They don't care about that. That's not their job. Hey, if we're getting a check, if they're paying their taxes, that's all we care about. They just as soon give you an SS number if you're going to pay some taxes. But just a couple that should outrage any upstanding, law-abiding, hard-working American citizen. Morning, Philip.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Happy Hump Day.
Yeah, you too, man. You were talking about Daytona earlier. I heard you say something about 300,000 people being there.
That's the anticipation, yeah.
There's a lot more there than there was last year. But if you get a chance, and it's a real DA moment, somebody decided to jump the Main Street Bridge, which is a drawbridge, as it was coming up. So if you get a chance in your computer there, some biker decided to take him and his girlfriend, or his biker girl, or whatever you want to call her. They went across the bridge and jumped it. It's been all over the news down here. That's a real DA moment there with Bike Week so far. But it's been busier down here. You were talking about the prisoners earlier getting the stimulus checks. Isn't it, Steve, if a prisoner has any kind of income, that is to be utilized to pay for his incarceration?
That was my understanding. Yeah, I mean, in some cases, I thought they offered them the opportunity, to do some work or whatever. They can, I guess, volunteer projects or whatever, and that they ain't making even minimum wage, but I mean, you can make a few bucks to reduce your time or whatever.
Well, it seems like to me, if you're a prisoner and you have any income, outside income coming in, it's supposed to be utilized for your incarceration and also to be paid for your legal situation. So that's how all the lawyers get paid for in the trials and whatnot, and the appeals, from my understanding. So that money's coming right back to the government, right?
Right.
Kinda, in that way. So, I mean, I don't have a problem if they're going to put it back into the system and pay for the guy to be in there, and takes the leverage off us having to pay for it. That's not a problem. But if that guy's just got a check sitting there, waiting there, when he comes out, he's got $1,400, that's not right. And I'd heard something, Steve, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd heard that for us to get that $1,400, we're going to pay $5,700 worth of taxes. Have you heard anything about that?
Well, I think what they mean by that is the cost of the bill, $1.9 trillion, is increasing each of our debt. If you take the national debt, it's increasing the debt for every, like, I guess, man, woman, child, whatever, by $5,700. So if we were ever to pay off the debt, that's what we'd be out of pocket, $5,700. Yeah, so we get $1,400 to put ourselves $5,700 a person back in, further in debt.
Okay, that was where it came from. All right. And thank you very much for talking about that gentleman yesterday. I heard that story about the gentleman who got 2 shots by accident in the same day.
Yes.
I saw that on, believe it or not, you ever heard of TMZ?
Absolutely, yes.
TMZ had that story on about that gentleman. I guess he had went into a respiratory failure situation after it happened. I mean, the guy was 91 years old. He was a really old guy. But, man, that's crazy. How could you screw up and give somebody 2 shots in the same day? That really questions the health system, the healthcare system. So, but, hey, I get to see them bikers come back down here. Come on down, guys. We need your income. Come on down. We need it. So everything's going good down here so far. So, hey, Steve, did that SpaceX rocket take off last night? I don't know. I was in bed sleeping.
You know what? I have not seen anything. I'd have to do a quick search on that.
I do know one thing about it. The booster that was used for that rocket was the booster that used for the very first human flight up to the space station. So the 2 guys that went up initially on the demo test, that was the booster that they used to go up there on. So that's all I got today, Bud. You have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you much for checking in. There you go. All right, lines wide open here on here it is, a Wednesday morning. It's 844-844-3388. I do see, I was actually asking Philip here a week or so ago after the latest prototype, the Starship, the SpaceX Starship, actually landed safely and then like 10 minutes later blew up on the pad. So that's the third damn prototype that has gone up in flames. How many of these darn things do we have? To which he said they had another one about ready, and I think another one that's in the process of being built. I have no idea what the cost of building these things. Yeah, of course, Elon Musk, even though he's lost quite a bit of money in recent weeks. I think he's lost like $20 billion in value since the first of the year, if I saw the headline correctly. But either way, I mean, they've got SpaceX has moved, according to the report, Starship SN-11, their next prototype, out to the launch pad. I guess in this case, the old try, don't succeed, which it's got a little better each time, but they have not succeeded. It's been less than a week since Starship SN-10 landed and subsequently blew up. They're already gearing up for another test flight. SN-11 rolled out to the test stand on Monday. They're in Texas ahead of an upcoming launch. It's expected to launch on SpaceX's fourth high-altitude Starship flight very soon. There's some video shared by Starship watchers showing the SN-11 rocket. That's that name's short for the serial number 11. Being hauled out to the launch site, placed atop the test stand with a huge crane. This rocket stands about 165 feet tall, powered by those three SpaceX Raptor rocket engines. So this just the latest in the family of huge prototypes built by SpaceX to test the systems required for super heavy rockets. This is the one that one day is going to return people to the moon and maybe to Mars is the anticipation. I don't know. I know they're going to the moon. I think NASA's actually the one gearing up for an eventual mission to Mars. I don't know if it'll happen in my lifetime or not, but boy, so much has changed. All right, about 7 before the hour. Again, lines wide open at 844-844-3388. We were talking earlier about, speed limiters. We're going to govern your speeds at, 65 miles per hour. That's as much as they want you to be able to go. And we're talking about differential speeds, making safety less safety out there on the highways. Well, I'm looking here, and you're going to govern at 65 miles per hour. And there are more and more states, especially you've got some stretches, I believe, down in Texas, where you've got 80-mile-per-hour stretches. According to the report out of North Dakota, the panel there endorsed a bill that would increase the speed limit from 75 to 80 miles per hour on North Dakota's 2 interstate highways, and at the same time require drivers to maintain a speed of at least 40 miles per hour on them. House Transportation Committee gave the measure a do-pass recommendation, the latest on many efforts by Republican lawmakers to allow drivers to go a little bit faster. This now goes to the Appropriations Committee. The full House would then consider it later. All right, the measure would also allow the State Department of Transportation to phase in the higher limits along sections of the interstates. That would be done initially in areas that can, in all areas that can handle the speed. They've done the studies, and later then on stretches where they're upgraded to accommodate 80 miles per hour. If approved, North Dakota becomes one of only a handful of other states, including their neighbors, South Dakota and Montana, to allow 80 miles per hour on some highways. The irony here is we probably have the highways with the least number of curves and hills, according to the introduction to the bill. An engineering analysis would have been done on I-94 and I-29 to determine if the roads would be safe to accommodate the 80-mile-per-hour speeds. But, all right, North Dakota may be next up on the list. Now we're talking about celestial objects in the heavens above. For those that kind of fascinated with what's happening in the nighttime sky, remember the Hale-Bopp comet? How many years ago was that? It's been quite a few years back. That had to be back in, I'm thinking maybe 97, 96, 97, somewhere in that time frame. But I just remember so distinctly being able to head out the door, to head off to work in the late night hours, and could just very clearly, with the naked eye, look off on the horizon and the distinct comet visible there to the naked eye. Yes, since that one, have not seen another. There's been several that they hoped, there were actually a couple last year that they thought might become visible to the unaided eye, but they all burned up. They got too hot, disintegrated before becoming bright enough. That may change later this year. There's a new comet on its way with the prospect it may become bright enough to see with the unaided eye later this year. The object in question is Comet Leonard, discovered by an astronomer on January the 3rd at the Mount Lemmon Observatory, also known as the Mount Lemmon Infrared Observatory in the Santa Catalina Mountains. I guess that's northeast of Tucson, Arizona. When Mr. Leonard found the comet's image, it was a very faint object, like magnitude 19. That's nearly 160,000 times dimmer than even the faintest star visible to the unaided eye. Not surprisingly, when it was first sighted, the comet was some 5 astronomical units from the sun. Now, what is that? How far? 1 AU is equal to the Earth's average distance from the sun, like 92.8 million miles. So it was 5 AU. We're talking 4.5 millions miles away. 500,000 miles away, technically. So it was nearly as far out as, say, the orbit of Jupiter away from the sun. But it's headed toward the sun. It is slowly beginning the process to blossom into a very conspicuous celestial object. Today we know comets are made up of primarily frozen gases that are heated as they approach the sun. That makes them glow by the sun's light. The gas is warm, they expand, the solar wind, then the particles coming off, then they develop the beautiful comet's tail. Now, memories are fresh. Last year, the appearance of Comet Neowise, and some are hoping, no doubt, that we might have a December redo of Comet Leonard later this year. I do kind of recall Neowise was out there. Supposedly, we could see it with the unaided eye. I remember stepping out several nights, and it was very, very low on the horizon. It was just, several times I thought I saw the very faint Neowise, the comet. It was nowhere near as prominent in the sky as the Hale-Bopp comet, but something we might get to look forward to later this year. Final hour just ahead here. All right, we've got wide open lines. You want to jump on board, help us get on through the final hour of a Wednesday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Alaska has become the first state to offer COVID vaccinations to all eligible residents. Governor Mike Dunleavy announced Tuesday that any individual living or working in Alaska over the age of 16 can get the shot. According to the CDC, Alaska has administered more shots per 100,000 people than any state in the union. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has approved extending the security deployment of the National Guard, meaning troops will be providing security for the Capitol until May 23rd. About 2,300 troops will remain at the Capitol building, down from current levels around 5,000 troops. In a statement, the Defense Department says it approved the request to extend the deployment because of continued threats against the Capitol and its personnel. And another woman has come forward with accusations against New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The Albany Times-Union reporting that the woman is accusing the governor of touching her inappropriately last year at the governor's mansion after being called there for work. Cuomo now faces accusations of sexual harassment from 6 women, 5 of them who worked for him at the time of the alleged harassment. This is USA Radio News.
Maybe you've heard about MediShare and you know what it is. It's the affordable alternative to health insurance, but you've wondered, can I really save a significant amount of money on my monthly healthcare bills? And the answer is an emphatic yes, you can. You can save a lot of money, whether it's just for you or for an entire family. MediShare has an option for you. In fact, the typical family saves $500 a month switching to MediShare. And it really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. You get free telehealth services, you get a huge network of doctors, you get great customer support, and you get the sense of security that comes from being a part of 400,000 people who share not just each other's medical bills, but purpose too. MediShare is a community of Christians who pull together and pray for each other, which is very refreshing right now. If you want more info, it's so simple. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
A surge of migrants at the U.S.'s southern border has included a large number of unaccompanied minors, with officials saying their numbers have tripled in the last few weeks. More than 3,000 have been held at federal border facilities. Jonathan Fahey is the former acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and tells Fox News that the border surge was predictable with the Biden administration's policies.
This is the same party that has been fighting to keep criminals in the country through the sanctuary city policy that has now become a federal policy. So, of course, this is predictable. If you say you could come to our country, commit crimes, even the most serious crimes, and still get to stay, what does that say to people that want to come to our country? It says we have an open border, we have amnesty, because as soon as you get here, you enjoy every right, privilege, and benefit that every American citizen enjoys. The American citizens get reduced wages, and they bear all the costs.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Drug maker Merck said earlier this week that it's seeing early success with a new oral drug to treat coronavirus-positive patients. Early data on the drug, called Molnupiravir, showed it may be effective in reducing the amount of virus in patients. The company says that it expects to have more extensive data later this month. Dr. Anthony Fauci told CNBC about the need for an oral viral treatment like this.
We need the same sort of thing that we have with HIV and that we have at hepatitis C. We need an oral drug that potently could suppress the virus. I believe strongly that we will get there. The question is how quickly we'll get there.
Teachers in Los Angeles are being warned not to share pictures of their vacations on social media. Tim Berg has the story from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
Los Angeles Top Teachers Union is reportedly asking its members not to post vacation photos on social media. Fox 11 reporting a private Union Teachers Los Angeles Facebook group made the post on Monday. It told teachers to keep photos of their spring break trips private because it would hurt the union's argument that it's not safe at this point to return to the classroom. Last Friday, 91% of UTLA members voted to reject the plan to return to the classroom, arguing a list of demands for safety hasn't been met. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
There we go, final hour. One more time around, as we say. On a Wednesday. All right, might as well say it. Hump Day, all right? Hump Day coming on here. And I can use your help to get through that final hour at 844-844-3388. John gave us a ring here during the break. See if he's hanging in there. John, you hanging there with us?
Hey, morning, Steve. How you doing today?
Doing well.
That's good. It's so great to hear you back on the radio, man. I'm 39 years old, and I've been listening to you since I was probably about 8 or 10 years old. So
wow. Okay.
It's definitely an honor. Definitely an honor. But I just wanted to come on here real quick and let you know that I was going over past 65 there on 8090 eastbound, and had another driver tell me they had, right around 2:30 Central Time, when everybody gets out from the bar there. But unfortunately, they had a driver going northbound and the southbound and hit a cattle hauler head on there right about 2:55 about an hour and a half ago. So they're saying multiple hours it'll be shut down southbound right at the 2:55 there, 65 south there in northern Indiana.
Northern Indiana. Okay, so
yes, sir.
So if it's a cattle hauler,
yes,
any word on? I mean, did the truck overturn or anything? Bunch of cattle out there, or
I think he swerved. According to the other driver that went by, he swerved just in time to nick like the passenger side front headlight assembly part, of where they hit. So it was like half and half, not quite full head on, but they're saying that the other driver, he's in critical condition, so they're kind of waiting on him at the hospital whether he's going to make it or not. So I think that's what they have to do there with that.
So they've got to treat it like
it could. They make it at the hospital.
Yeah,
right.
It could be a fatal if they do succumb to their injuries. That they're having to treat it like it may be a fatal due to the whole, I guess, scene recreation or recreation kind of thing and all that. A lot of photos and all that.
Right, so that's why the highways are shut down in instances like that, because they got to wait hours to see whether he or she's going to make it or not. So
okay.
The driver's fine; he got out of the truck okay. So, according to the guy that told me. So I just wanted to pass that along there.
Very good. Hey, I thank you for listening into the program. Thank you so much for being a long-time listener and a first-time caller.
All righty, I appreciate it, Steve. You have a good morning.
All right, be safe out there. Yeah, wrong way accidents, they never end real well, do they? All right, next up on the list here, I'm looking at a headline about a Homeland Security member making a stunning prediction as to how many illegals will be trying to enter this country by the time we hit summer. I mean, we're just another couple of months away. Representative Michael McCall of Texas. Texas is really concerned about this, and rightfully so. Border state. He's a member of the Homeland Security Committee. Predicting on Fox News this past day that a million 1 million illegals will be trying to enter the U.S. by summer. As Biden's border crisis continues to worsen, I'm quoting, quote, President Biden says he wants to be humane. He's actually creating or has created a humanitarian crisis. These poor children, they get trafficked all the way to up this dangerous route. And now we don't have enough detention space to put them in. Then you've got the COVID crisis down there as well. I think they created this Biden border crisis, and they need to fix it. Later in the interview, McCall said, I predict this. And by summer, you're going to see, as my governor just said, that probably, somewhere around 1 million people trying to get into this country illegally. I mean, that's a number that you typically see in more than an entire year's time frame, converging on the border in a matter of a couple of months. How do they plan to handle that? You think we've had crisis situations before on the border? This is like 10 times anything we've ever seen. All right, next up on the line, Steve. I think Steve's been kind of in and out a couple of times tonight. Hello, Steve.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Happy Wednesday. What's happening?
Yeah, happy hump day. Hey, Donald Trump was screaming this from the rooftop, Steve, in the last, 6-7 months before the election. Open borders, no immigration control, take your guns, take your speech. I mean, he was screaming from the rooftops, wasn't he?
Yes, absolutely.
About all of this. I'm going to say, Steve, conservatives are pretty smart people. We can kind of see face value what something's about. Liberals are nothing but a bunch of dumbasses. And I'll tell you what, this is coming to a neighborhood near them. It really is. They're putting these people on buses, shipping them all throughout the United States, giving them a little cash and on their way and mingle into society. Good luck with that.
Mm-hmm.
To me, Steve, Joe Biden, this whole election thing was the biggest fraud, scam, corruption, whatever you want to call it, inflicted on the American people, I believe, in history. There's no doubt about it. You talked about it earlier. He's not fit to be president. Steve, we knew this 4, 5, 6 months ago.
Yep.
Watching this guy, didn't we? We knew he was having problems, whether it's onset dementia. I mean, it's nothing to laugh about. It's not funny. It's pretty sad. His wife knew about this. There's no doubt about it that his wife, the closest person to him, would not say anything about this.
Shut it down, yeah.
And I blame the media.
How could they continue to push him
Steve.
through that? I mean, they pushed him and pushed him. He's way over his head now. I mean, I've seen some of the clips. They had the side-by-side, the clips, Hannity and Tucker over the weekend, where they're showing Joe from what he was in, say, 2012 versus what he was in 2020. And it's just an incredible decrease in his abilities.
Yes, sir. I mean, the other day, his wife, I don't know if you saw that, she had to finish his sentence. He was stumbling and mumbling, and she actually had to talk for the President of the United States.
Yeah.
How embarrassing is that? I mean, like I said, this is the biggest. No doubt about it. There's nothing that's ever happened like this. And the other thing is, when you push bills through Congress, you try to get stuff passed. The Capitol's wide open. People can walk in there. They can go sit up in the balcony. They can hear and watch what's going on. They can you can talk to your congressman, and tell them how you feel about a certain bill, whether it's gun rights or voting rights or whatever. Because as we, the people, we have a say in that sort of thing. Am I right?
We're supposed to. That's the way it's supposed to work.
Steve, that's the reason the barbed wire and the Berlin Wall is up. And that's why it's going to stay up.
Yep.
It's got nothing to do with insurrection. It's got nothing to do with white supremacists or the QAnon group, whatever you call them. It's got nothing to do with that. It's to keep us out. It's to keep us from assembling peacefully. It's to keep us from going to the Capitol and interacting with our congressmen and, letting us know what the hell is going on in this country. As it is right now, no one knows what's going on in this country except people that listen to your radio show, because 95% of what you report and the articles that you read, I pretty much read the same ones. I do send you some here and there.
Mm-hmm.
But 95% of the stuff that you talk about is not reported on mainstream media, CNN,
NBC,
DNC,
ABC,
whatever.
right?
DNC, whatever. They're owned by the Democrats too. But, it's just unbelievable what is going on in this country, and people are blind to it, Steve. They're blind. Even my own family. I got a brother that's a Democrat. My mother's a Democrat. When I talk to them I can't talk to them. They don't believe a word I'm saying. Joe Biden, Donald Trump was this and that, You don't know what you're talking about. You really don't know what you're talking about, and liberals don't. I don't know, but getting back to the border, this just doesn't affect Texas and Arizona and New Mexico. This affects the lower 48.
Hell yeah,
it affects
everywhere.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Ohio, Tennessee, wherever you live, it affects all of us. It really does. So I guess their next move is to go after the gun laws now. They want to pass the new background checks and private sale of weapons. Got to have a background check now. High capacity magazines, assault weapons. What is an assault weapon anyway, Steve? Do you know?
Well, if you ask, if you ask the gun grabbing liberals, it's anything that can fire a bullet. Essentially, they call it anything with more than anything more than 10 rounds. I mean, their list of what they call assault weapons is a hell of a lot more than anything that was ever considered an assault weapon.
Right, and I think it's the look of the weapon. That's what they're kind of talking about.
Right. Yep.
The way a weapon looks, like an AR-15 or an AR-15 pistol, stuff like that. But I just I don't think they're going to be able to pass that. There's no way. I mean, the stuff that they're putting in there, and you know what, Steve? It makes no sense. It really makes no sense because we already have background checks. We already have a lot of laws in place. And basically what they're doing is they're going after law-abiding citizens. People that pay their taxes, want to go out on the weekend and shoot their guns, have some fun, and they're not violent. What they ought to be doing is, instead of giving the money, these millions and billions and billions of dollars to third world countries overseas, they ought to be giving this money to the inner city, Chicago, LA, New York, Philly, and straightening out the problems there, because that's where the gun violence is. It's not with assault weapons, it's with handguns. That's where the problem is. But you don't hear about that, and you won't hear about that. This is all about control. They just want to control us.
Well, and universal background checks isn't going to do a damn thing about taking guns off the streets in Chicago. You can do all the background checks.
No.
All these rules and laws and regulations are they're only going to impact the law-abiding citizens. The criminals, they don't obey the laws anyway. The gun laws, you can put as many on the books as you want. There's enough that exist today to stymie the problem, but you can't enforce them.
You had mentioned that saying, what burns my biscuits?
Yes.
I sent you that text about, being a driver out here, I worked through the whole pandemic. I've been, since this thing started, we've been busier than all heck. I think I've told you that a few times. I've made more money last year than I've ever made. But here's the thing. You pay your taxes. You work through the pandemic. Our company did give us a little bonus. They gave us, a couple $100, hazard pay they called it, which I'm not looking for a handout. But when they start giving illegal aliens and prisoners,
yeah,
$1,400, and I don't care where the money's going. If it's going back into the government, we're still having to pay for that. If that money's going to Democratic lawyers, us as the taxpayers, we're paying for that. That's what burns my biscuit.
I hear you.
This administration, Steve, they do not care about the American citizen. They care more about illegals. They care more about federal inmates than they do about you and I. And it's pretty damn sad. It really is. So that's my rant for tonight. That's all I can really think about, man.
All right.
I really love your platform, Steve, and I hope you can stay on the air, like I told you today, for many more years, because the way this cancel culture is going, you never know what's going to happen. First it's Dr. Seuss, and what's next?
Yeah, it's a snowball rolling downhill, and I don't see it ending anytime soon. And to you, Steve, thank you so much for being a listener and a participant. You're helping me get through the late night, early morning hours. Now, you mentioned the Capitol. Yeah, where the people are supposed to be able to go in and listen in and participate in our government. That sure as hell isn't the case right now. And it's sounding more and more like it's not going to be the case anytime in the foreseeable future. Representative McCall this past day. Believe it or not, it's hard to imagine, but it's true. What he's saying, it is easier to cross the border illegally into the United States than it is to take a tour of the United States Capitol right now. As Joe Biden reverses all of former President Trump's policies that secured the border with Mexico. He's allowing them to come in without applying in Mexico. The catch and release policies, they're gone. He stopped the building of the wall. After the protest on January 6th, we've all witnessed. We've built the fence and we put the razor wire up around the Capitol. So the wall's coming down on the border, and we are enveloping our nation's capital essentially with a wall. Because, walls don't work. When the Secretary of Homeland Security says, don't come now, but maybe later, that's exactly what he says. That is exactly the wrong message. We've seen this movie before. When you interview me on the Rio Grande River during the Obama administration, we're now going right back to that exact same era. And he's concerned that this surge is causing more COVID infection, people entering the United States, and even if they test positive, the catch and release means they're being let go, and they can go wherever they want. They test them, they release them onto the streets, and they're trying to figure out how to deal with this policy. It's absolute chaos down there. It's sad because we had made a lot of success under the prior administration to secure the border. That's important. And I believe that Biden, with the stroke of a pen, reversed every single bit of that progress. And by reversing those policies, the Biden administration, they own this crisis. Within a month, they've created a crisis at the border. These are very sophisticated traffickers. He said, I was a federal prosecutor down there for many years. Their business. They know what they're doing. They know what our policies and our laws are. The message that's being sent by the Biden administration is the worst possible message. It's basically, hey, we're open for business. Come on in. So now they're dealing with the crisis at hand. It puts children at risk as well. The bad actors that could come to the United States, that concerns me. The drugs, the potential terrorists, It's sad to see in my home state of Texas and all along the southern border. Now back to the U.S. Capitol, where it's pretty much the exact opposite. Rather than tearing down walls and loosening security, things are getting tighter. Knucklebuster brought up earlier. So the report, I guess, was just released. You know, we've been investigating the attack on the Capitol January the 6th. The U.S. Capitol Police were inadequately trained to deal with that violent mob. The Capitol needs a permanent, quick reaction force to defend it from future violence. A task force report submitted on Monday says the U.S. Capitol Police, understaffed, insufficiently equipped, inadequately trained to secure the Capitol and members of Congress, and still remains vulnerable. A task force of security experts wrote this report stating, led by retired Lieutenant General Russell Honoré, commissioned by none other than House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Capitol Police, they found, is not postured to track, assess, plan against, or respond to a number of threats. Significant capacity shortfalls, inadequate training, immature processes, and an operating culture that's not intelligence-driven. Yeah, they're leaning towards kind of like a permanent militarization around the Capitol. The 15-page security review, Task Force 1 through 6, recommends a standing military force of National Guard and military reservists on a rotating basis. That means a permanent military presence, permitting the District of Columbia National Guard leaders to respond directly to requests for aid from the Chief of the U.S. Capitol Hill Police without awaiting any sort of Defense Department approval. It calls for better use of portable fencing, an increase in the 2,300-person Capitol Police force. They want another 874 people, and the immediate filling of 233 police force vacancies, which that one kind of jumped out at me. Is that not comical? Well, we've spent much of the year 2020 with all the violence culminating in defund the police. Yeah, that culture that swept many cities around the country. Yeah, part of the cancel culture, cancel the cops, defund the police. You know, because we don't need to send armed police personnel out to these domestic disputes. We need to send a counselor out to deal with them. How about we send 233 counselors up to Capitol Hill so they can talk to the mob? Well, we can talk them down. That's exactly what they were trying to tell us, was it not? The hypocrisy. Our national capital is a prominent tourist destination, a venue for many peaceful First Amendment activities, but at the same time, a high-value target for terrorists or domestic extremists. But we have no dedicated quick reaction force to respond to a crisis. You know, they say all this, but we all know the truth behind the matter is Donald Trump offered, what was it, like 10,000 National Guard to be there in the Capitol for that January 6th rally. He stated quite clearly, we know that there's going to be a very large number of people gathering. Do you need some additional help? Do you need some backup? Hey, Capitol Police. Yep. To which the Capitol Police asked the boss. The boss turns out to be, it goes up to Nancy Pelosi. Somewhere down the line, it was shut down. All right, a congressional hearing last week looking at what happened on January the 6th. General William Walker, D.C. National Guard commander, testified that he waited 3 hours during the attack for Pentagon approval for his troops to deploy. Eventually, we led up to, nearly 26,000 Guard troops to provide security after that incident leading up to the inauguration. Still got 5,200 there now, but looking for there's the word, the key word is permanent. We need a permanent force surrounding the Capitol. All right, we'll get a news break and then back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Starting Wednesday, Texans will no longer have to wear masks in public places, and businesses will be allowed to open up to full capacity. Governor Greg Abbott announced last week he was lifting those restrictions, but health experts say with the UK variant of the coronavirus rapidly spreading, it's too soon to remove all restrictions. Dr. Amesh Adalja is an infectious disease expert at Johns Hopkins University and tells CBS News that states that want to open businesses up should leave their mask mandates in place.
So I think if you're going to increase capacity at restaurants and stores, you need to keep the mask mandate in place, the way states like Connecticut and Massachusetts have done. Masks are going to be with us for some time until we get enough people vaccinated that we don't have to worry about community transmission. We're going to get there. So I would urge states that are opening up, go ahead and do that, but keep the mask mandate in place because we know that that's going to make all of that reopening much safer.
This is USA Radio News.
Welcome to Tax Talk with Hollywood legend Bob Eubanks.
You know, as part of Hollywood for a long time, I've seen my fair share of celebrities get in trouble with the IRS. Well, there's one name I trust, the Tax Defense Group. They're the most trusted name in tax. So if you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, you really need to call my friends at the Tax Defense Group. Ignoring the IRS is not the solution. They can garnish your paycheck, levy your bank accounts, seize your home or business. But the Tax Defense Group could put a stop to all of that and tailor a program that would reduce your tax debt to pennies on the dollar. You gotta love that. So don't just take my word for it. Call them. Find out for yourself. They offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and they're open 24 hours a day because they know that tax debt doesn't sleep either.
Call now for your free and confidential tax analysis from the most trusted name in tax. Call 800-832-1594. 800-832-1594.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hotshot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, heading down the home stretch here on a Wednesday, hump day. Good to have you with us. You might be interested. An old school truck that made an appearance in a major Hollywood blockbuster, now up for sale. And we're talking a 1987 Freightliner CEO, currently up for sale on a Facebook Marketplace truck, a place where they, a group where they sell trucks. Listed price $21,600. The seller says this truck was featured in the ending scene of the motion picture Bumblebee. So it is the legitimate Optimus Prime. According to the seller, this isn't just Hollywood memorabilia. It's an actual daily work truck. It's a strong running truck. I use it daily, running an average 2,500 miles a week. I have no problem taking this truck anywhere in the country today. I'm only selling it to make room for a newer truck with more creature comforts. And yes, I know, ELD. I have zero clue on the total miles. It's got 85,000 on an overhaul without paperwork. New front end, new air compressor, as of February 23rd of 2020. Truck is right now located at the seller's home in Seward, Nebraska. Would you like a piece of Hollywood memorabilia? Again, the closing scene in Bumblebee. The legitimate Optimus Prime. Check that out. All right, back to your calls here. And Mike up next. Hey, what's going on this morning, Mike?
Not much, Steve. I just a couple things I wanted to talk about, but all this politics going on, and I'm sure everybody knows it, but we all say Biden, but hell, it's Obama over and over. I'm sure most people know that when his 8 years were up, he bought a house in D.C. to stay there, hoping that Hillary'd get in. And well, she didn't get in, so now Biden's there. He used the excuse, of course, that they needed to stay there so his daughter could finish school there, which was nothing but a lie. But he's hell bent on destroying our country as we know it. It's very sad, very sad. But the other thing I wanted to mention, I don't know if you picked up on the news on it or not, over there in Pennsylvania state, they're wanting to toll 9 different bridges throughout the state. The only interstate that they don't mention is Interstate 99, which is replacing US 220, but they got them all mentioned, 78 and 80. They mentioned a bridge there by Brookville. They call it the Twin North Forks Bridge, the bridge over the Susquehanna there on 83. And the article says they're spreading it out all over the state. So it's not hard on particular one area, you know. But
okay.
Hopefully they won't get it through or whatever. But I just wondered if you'd seen any news on it. Of course, I'm old and retired, so it's not going to bother me. But I'm sure there's a lot of guys that would like to know about it or would like to follow it anyway.
Sure.
But
sure, I hadn't seen anything on that, but I did. We did touch last evening on the fact that your beloved Pennsylvania Turnpike is the most expensive toll road to cross from start to finish in the whole damn world. Isn't that something to be proud of?
I can't imagine what an 80,000-pound truck would pay going across there now. What? I don't know. Like I say, I've been out of it for so many years, but I would imagine probably, I might be way off, but I would think probably close to $150, $200, something like that. I don't know.
I would imagine that's right, because I think they were saying that it costed, like, an automobile is like $112 to go from the entirety of the PA Turnpike. I have no idea how much more the big trucks pay. Obviously, it's more, but some of our Pennsylvania friends could probably let us know how much that costs. There are those that probably do it on a regular basis. Just kind of jacks up the cost of moving freight, though, doesn't it? Where does that go? Oh, that's right. It gets passed on to the consumer. And when you pass it on to the consumers in Pennsylvania, not only are you're paying to use your roadway, you're paying more for everything you consume in the state, because it all gets passed down. They don't just absorb the cost of that. Cost of doing business. No, it's it's passed on down the line. Let me see here. From looking at some of the comments I received earlier, Franklin said, I really appreciate you, Steve. I'm not a truck driver, but I'm out delivering papers in our area every night. You and the truckers are my hero. I'd love to talk to you some night about everything. I've tried to call but lost my cell. Asked my wife if I could have him for a few, but was denied. Okay. She knows I'll make a fool of myself. But you all really make me happy about America. I deliver fake news every night to my customers. But that's what I've done for 10 years to keep my family afloat. All right. Yeah, you know what you got to do, right? You're making a living. And it's funny, though. He refers to, I don't know what publication he's throwing out there, but I'm delivering the fake news to my customers every night. Franklin, thank you so much for listening in. Let's see. Oh, he did lastly say, but y'all make me happy to know that there are people and Americans that still have a brain. Thanks so much for everything. Maybe I'll get the nerve to call in sometime. All right. Eskimo Mom said, I hate wrong-way drivers. Depending on how bad it is, you can probably figure 65 is going to be a mess till sometime after the sun comes up. I hope there are no casualties. Yeah, we could only hope. All right, thank you so much. Sean just posted it's over $300 to run the entirety of the PA Pike. In a big truck, obviously. $300. Good golly. I knew it'd be more than the 112 for the automobiles. But then one more from Dale, going back to the $1,400 stimulus payments, because felons in prison for the rest of their life, they're going to stimulate the economy, right? They've always said crime doesn't pay. Well, evidently it pays $1,400, at least with this $1.9 trillion stimulus. Yep, you're right there. All right, see who we got on the line. On my screen, it says just eat.
Just teach.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Good morning to you, man. I want to help you burn a little bit of that midnight oil. Talking about that wrong way crash, man. I was on 64 in Eastern North Carolina one morning, and I had a guy to come at me the wrong way. And I'm telling you, man, if it's never happened to you, you probably won't know it until 10 or 15 feet before it gets on you. So that's something you just never forget. And even a highly skilled Smith system driver might miss that. But so wish everybody well with that one there.
Yeah.
Steve, Eagle mentioned Texas. And another thing to mention about Texas and probably any of the border states, I used to drive with a company up there in Fort Recovery, learned a lot from them. And they emphasize protecting the trucks against stowaways. And I was at the TA there on I-35 probably about 5 or 6 hours one day, middle of the day. But so they had mid-roofs on internationals. And they always emphasize, anytime you're down in Texas, you just have to look, you have to check. So I pulled out and jackknifed the truck and walked around one last time before I pulled off there at the TA. And I probably would have missed it, but there was 2 guys that was up on my mid-roof.
Yeah.
And when I walked around, I just did catch their clothing. But there was some cops in the parking lot working another situation. I got them over, and they got them off. But the thing about that is, if you pull up to that check station with a stowaway on your truck, drivers, you will lose your hazmat endorsement. And it might be forever, but you will indefinitely lose your hazmat endorsement. So yeah, definitely check, and check again. Use the jackknife technique, and just check, and just check, because that's like, it's almost one of the things you can't defend. But it was in the day. My truck was parked in the. I was getting a tire changed on the trailer, so I was at the shop when those guys jumped on my truck. But one more thing, Steve. Steve, I've been driving a long time. I've been slip seating many years, and I've always kept dustpan, cleaner supplies, Clorox spray. I've never had the flu shot, but I've always just kind of protected myself. Always, but because especially in the truck, I eat out of the truck, so I have to stay clean. So my I don't have a gripe, but I just wonder for the guys that don't take COVID as serious, or guys that don't wear masks. I just wonder what sort of precautions do you take, if any? I mean, I know the mask mandate is really egging a lot of people, but just wondering, if you ever get a gauge or an idea of what kind of protections the guys do take for themselves and their families. And I still see it here, and I'm still surprised. At our terminal, we've had 2 guys that's had COVID, and they pretty much never wore a mask. I never see guys, with the Clorox spray, if anything, kind of protected. So you ever get a gauge on that? What kind of precautions guys do take?
I guess to be blunt about it, some people are just pigs. I mean, I'm assuming there's still people out there using the restroom and not washing their hands before they leave, then going out there and getting their fast food burger to go and sitting down in the truck to eat it. I think in this day and age, you'd be washing your hands, because that's always been the advice. But, once COVID came around, never more than now. Wash your hands on a regular basis. That hasn't changed. Yeah, you have the hand sanitizer there to use. when you're exchanging currency, when you're paying whatever, and you're putting somebody else's change right in your pocket, you need to be using the hand sanitizer, those sort of things.
I think it helps, and I just wonder, man. I was in Toledo earlier today, and I seen a guy come in, and they was split seat, and one guy gets out, line haul guy gets in, and just takes off, and I think we could curb a lot of things by that. Even the flu has been curbed a little bit this year.
Yep.
But the last thing, man, Eagle. I don't think Eagle had to tell us not to pick up any strangers on the side of the road. But you never know. But it really reminded me of I think it was a comedian, Tim Wilson, had that real thick country accent. But he said, "Look, man, it could be. Look," he said, Tim Wilson said, "If I can't get into a 7-Eleven at 12 o'clock, I'm not picking anybody up." He said, "It could be an old lady and her 99-year-old sister. They're not getting in my truck." But I'm gonna go and pull that up today, and I got to hear that again. Do you know if that guy's dead or not? Do you familiar with that name?
I think he's still around. I believe so. He's still here. Yeah.
Okay. Steve, as always, man, just teach, love the show, and we'll talk at you soon, man.
Hey, thank you for checking in. Good to hear from you. Don't be a stranger. All right. Good deal. Well, what's happening with hello there, Larry. What's going on this morning?
Good morning. Well, I'm getting my daily education listening to the Steve Sommers overnight show, and I learned a new phrase tonight. I love it. That's what burns my biscuit.
You like that?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm laughing my butt off listening to the man talk. I'm sorry, I forget his handle. But, I enjoyed listening to him. Your last caller was fantastic. All the stuff that he was saying about the illegals jumping onto trucks. If you don't work in that area or that environment, you never know the issues that they face on a day-to-day basis. And how common is that somebody's going to jump onto a truck and try to cross a border or something of that nature illegally, and then you unfortunately become the victim because they did something stupid and you can't prove otherwise.
Yeah. So
crazy.
I'm guessing he mentioned the fact that you're going to you'll lose your hazmat endorsement or whatever. Is that because that's kind of like definitive proof that you did not perform your pre-trip properly? Is that what he meant by that?
I have to expect that that's the catch-all that they're going to use under any DOT rule, that you did not properly pre-trip your vehicle. But let's face it, you can't be 360. If I walk around the left side, right side, or whatever, and then somebody's sitting underneath the trailer of another truck, and they're waiting for me to complete my opposite side, they somehow or another, jump on the truck or get behind the bulkhead or something like that. You're not going to know it. Impossible.
That's true. And
Steve,
he mentioned he was out there in the daylight hours. Now, if it was dark, if it's midnight or whatever, he probably would have never seen him, would he?
Absolutely. I mean, I could just foresee now. I mean, in my cop years, I always talked about safety in a parking lot, that somebody could be milling around in a parking lot. You hit your automatic unlock button, right?
Yes.
Well, typically when people do that, they hit the button twice, which unlocks all four sides. So somebody else who theoretically was trying to get into their car or starting to get into their car, now they jump in the passenger seat with you and you got a gun to your head. It happens. It's way too easy. People are just unaware of that potential, just like what that gentleman was talking about at the border. Steve, I had a meeting yesterday with an old friend of mine, Bill Kimmel. Now, I don't know if you were ever, when Seg was still involved with the racing a lot, the ARCA racing series. Are you familiar with the Kimmel name out of Clarksville, Indiana?
It seems to ring a bell, but I can't envision.
Well, Bill Kimmel, the Kimmel family has been in racing in ARCA for a long time, and now his son, Will, is doing a really, really good job in the circuit. and they're actually. I stopped in the shop yesterday and talked to them, and they're involved in a lot of stuff involving diesels. If they ever heard of Hot Shot Secrets, and Will Kemmel's eyes got real big. He said, absolutely. He said, we're not allowed to use an additive on the race car. You know, they check that. So that without a question for ARCA, for NASCAR and those kind of racing. But there is other race circuits that they're involved in that they could in fact use the Hot Shot Secrets products, plus their diesel truck that they use to haul the car around. You know, they carry maintenance on the diesel. And I also learned yesterday that Will is involved with, I can't even go into the amount of detail that they were telling me about, a couple of diesel shops around here that they have a dyno and they do a lot of stuff. I sent you a little bit of a text message. I would like to hook them up with Chris and let Chris and their marketing team talk to them, because they've been around a long time. They're very, very respected in the race community, Southern Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, Des Moines, the racetrack over there. And they're just a good quality family and a good quality race team. So at some point today, I'm going to send you a link to their website and the series. They're going to be in Mid-Ohio racing. I thought if Chris had an inkling, he could meet up with them there or before the Mid-Ohio race happens. But, you know, as we were talking about the Rumpke and the R&L and all the other places we talked about, I think this race team, Will Kemmel Racing, out of Clarksville, Indiana, would be a good connection for them.
Okay. Yeah, I got your message when I got up this past evening. I said it's probably too late to call. I didn't know. I know you get up really early, so I figured you're sleeping about that time between like 9 and midnight. So, yeah, I was going to give you a call later this morning.
Yeah. Did you see the video I sent you, Steve?
I couldn't really make out. Somebody forgot their clothes or something. You said I couldn't really make it out.
So one of our drivers was in Louisville area, and we have the drive cam system in there, forward facing and in cab. And he called me laughing his butt off. Here's a guy walking down the street, buck naked, had his underwear in his hand.
Yeah.
And it appears that he had defecated himself. And he's just walking down the street like as casual as can be. 2 Louisville Metro police officers pulled up on him, and they were both female police officers. So I said to my driver, I said, can you imagine one of those ladies had to put that human in the back of their police car?
Uh-oh. Oh, boy, yeah.
Yeah.
Him and his
Weird stuff.
his dirty ass, right?
I had that situation happen to me one time. A guy was completely intoxicated. He couldn't put a sentence together on a bet. And so as I was trying to place him in custody, you kind of bend him over the roof of the car, you pat him down, everything else, put handcuffs on him. He defecated right there. And another police car pulled up and said, hey, you want me to take your guy in the station while you wait for the record? And I said, absolutely.
Yeah, have at it.
Yeah, good luck with that one. Steve, good morning. I love the show, and I love the callers, listening to everybody. You have such an intelligent audience that I feel like I'm gaining some knowledge every day, and there's nothing about your show that burns my biscuit.
That's good. All right. Hey, and it's always good to hear from you, Larry, so thank you much. I'll try to give you a call maybe later this morning here in a little bit, I guess. Obviously, he's up and at 'em. And I guess I stand corrected. DeRanger points out, he said, Tim Wilson died like in February of 2014. Okay, so I missed that. My apologies to the previous caller. I thought he was still around. All right, we wrap things up here on a Wednesday. Have a great hump day. Come back, join us again tonight. Have a sneaky suspicion things may be a bit more active. Matter of fact, I can pretty definitively say things are going to be more active weather-wise. Could be talking some severe weather Obviously going to be getting more details about the next system that's going to be approaching coming up as we head into the weekend, which could also bring another round of severe weather. It has been the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.